you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. The children crying for salvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got to Spoon TV. Yes, what you got to Spoon TV. Spoon TV. Kibibiri dabaro. Spoon entertainment. Kua. Go to there. Kua, go to there. On the phone, yes, transformation. On the phone,
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South man. Charges on the beat.
On the phone to get your information. On the phone to be part of my session. Spoon television. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. The children crying for salvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got to Spoon TV. Yes, what you got to Spoon Ba-da-ba-di-ba-di-ba. Ki-di-di-di-di-da-ba-do. Kua, 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 kua. Kua, 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 come to there. Kua, kua, come to there. Yes,
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South man. James on the beat.
To get your information, to the spoon, to be part of action. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, yeah, to spoon. Yeah, yeah. To spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, yeah, to spoon. Every Ike Bank, Grandchildren, my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. Yeah, yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Papa, yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? This what you got today. TV. This what you got today. Spoon TV, Spoon Ba-da-ba-di-ba-di-ba. Ki-di-di-di-da-ba-do. Spoon Entertainment. Kua, 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 kua. Kua, 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 come to there. Kua, kua, come to there. Yes, information. Well,
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South man. James on the beat.
On the phone to get your information. On the phone to be part of the action. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia Tonto School. Politicians want to make their decision just Tonto School. You want to know what's happening in the ministry Tonto School. Yeah, Tonto School. Yeah, Tonto School. You from Bonjama, Maryland Tonto School. Yeah, Tonto School. If you can get back, gradually, my brother Tonto School. You got a small TV, you got a small radio, Tonto School. Yeah, Tonto School. You want to get a news update, Tonto School. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got to TV. Yes, what you got to listen. TV. Ba-da-ba-de-ba-de-ba. Kidi-di-di-di-da-ba-do. Go to there. Go to there. Yes,
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South man. James on the beat. To get your information. To the food, to be part of my fashion. Spoon television.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you can get back, gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a small TV, you got a small radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got to TV. Yes, what you got to listen. Ba-da-ba-de-ba-de-ba. Kidi-di-di-di-da-ba-do. Go to there. Go to there. It's what makes you well.
And of course, as I say, this a wonderful Thursday evening on Spoon 107.5, also live on Fabric at 101.1 and Super FM 95.5. Folks, wherever you are, what a great way we like to say good evening to you. Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are monitoring us from, and a pleasant welcome here to this wonderful edition of the program, Spoon Talk. Today is the 28th, the 5th month, and the year is 2026. So as usual, on the first segment, we're going to take course, what's on your mind. You can call us on 077771075, 077771075, 077771075, and 05551101075 are the numbers. Shannon Gray is my name, folks. I'm actually here, and of course, waiting on Diamond as soon as he arrived. And then I'm going to be taking my exit. So let's take course now. What's on your mind here on the first segment of the program of Spoon Talk? Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Gray.
Yes, good evening, my brother. Your name and where you join us from? Come again?
My name is Flomo G. Bala, CKA Senator ADD son.
Okay, Flomo, let's hear you. What's on your mind?
And I do join this conversation from District Number 3, Mosurado County, to be specific, Isiam Community, District Number 3, Block F.
Okay.
I just want to say thanks to Senator Dillon for building the first modern library as a senator for Mosurado County. And I also appreciate his continuous effort in rehabilitating Liberians youth at the rehab center in Mosurado County. Senator ADD, Abraham Dallas Dillon, I say thanks, and God will continue to bless you as you continue to bless others in rehabilitating us.
Okay, all right, thanks so much. Let's go there, please. 1 minute each. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, you live, sir. Your name and where you join us from?
There's a Paco Convention Election Bureau.
Okay, let's hear you.
Thank you so much. What on my mouth to Spoon? Oh, what a Spoon private. Thank God to him on a day. We're able to call and we will call you have back right and send Paco call and say we're not getting the revenue, travel in the money, send attack anything what time on.
So, my brother, we're going to confirm your number. If you can just text, hello, listen to me now. Text your number and your full name. We're going to check the list and make sure as to whether your money was actually sent.
No, nothing sent.
So, hello, are you getting me? I'm saying text your number and the name that is attached. Okay, so we're going to check it up and see as to whether your money was sent.
Because the normal orange.
Can you just text your number and your name, please?
Then the second one is you go to my president. Thank God so much that you spoke today. That we are no call, know that no important in the country, and it was a liar. Other people can say on radio station talking with naked thing about the country. So the country we all got to pay the country. We all. The country now won't pay for job, but every lab people can say other network and to all type of thing and now cover the country. Yeah, today the president will speak about the measure that proper calorie. You should watch our hand. No important not coming here with those a liar. We pay the country.
Okay.
And the people can say that they come not do anything. They tell us a liar. They come in working and working. And every minister of the country is rather working for the country first. They put themselves first. But people say on network and to all the negative things.
Okay, my brother. Thanks so much.
Thank
Please,
so,
1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute, rather, please. Let's take a more course here. Good evening.
Good evening, brother.
Yes, your name, sir. And where you join us from?
I'm Oscar calling from Compass City.
Okay, Oscar, let's hear you. What's on your mind?
What on my mind have to do with the inspections that the police carry on in Nimbaya?
Okay.
You know, for the past 2 days, we are seeing overnight the police girls are carrying inspections, taking they busy by what motor rider can be put in a radio. They we're moving it on a bike.
The
At the same
megaphone.
time, the megaphone, removing the megaphone from the bike. Then at the second time, taking off all 4 lights from motor vehicle without no information to the public. So I want to call upon the director of police. When you want to implement a law in the country, they have to be aware, they have to be informed by the citizen. But you cannot see a vehicle just fly on the street. Then when they reach to the checkpoint in Senegal, the police just park the car and you're removing the 4 lights on the car. It's not good.
Okay.
This country is country of law. When you want to do anything, inform the citizen aware of your implementation. But you don't just call it and get on the streets outside removing 4 lights from vehicle.
Okay.
You need to stop.
Okay, all right, thanks so much. Let's see there 077771075 077771075 0551075 What's on your mind? The first segment here. Good evening.
Yeah, how are you? Good evening.
Yes, I'm okay, sir. Your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, my name is Emmanuel Kwakwa on the Terror District number 9.
Okay, Iman, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say this to President Puaka. I'm 100% applaud him, for doing 1 or 2 work in the country. Yeah, but one reason I got with Mr. Puaka. Yeah, do not put somebody in your government to stigmatize your government.
Okay.
Yeah, one Madam Miracle to well in two government as deputy chairperson board member. That woman is important to reach a listed act. Yeah, I was doing what woman was mentioning.
Sorry, but we're just not going to consider that. That is a very huge accusation, my brother. So let's talk to this person here. Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Your name, sir, and where you join us from?
This is Ernest Bola speaking from district number 9.
Okay.
Tonight, I have long been with Spoon, and I have talked with Spoon. But I'm appealing to Waterspoon this evening. This is a problem that we're facing in Liberia. People are seeing something different and bringing problems in this country. That is this Ebola. Somebody can say Liberia get Ebola.
Okay.
I'm appealing to him. To those that I know them, Hassan and Joe. Let be careful. Let's take the politics from there. I know our politics we can move it. But I beg you, let something be concrete on this Ebola business in Liberia. We should not play with it. They should not come and start joking us.
Okay. All right,
no
thanks so
Ebola
much.
in this country.
Thanks so
Thank
much,
you
sir.
very much.
Let's leave a minute each. Hello.
Yes, hello.
Your name, sir, and where you join us from?
My name is John Small, calling from the home.
Okay, let's hear you.
I have 3 questions for the Babe. The first question is about the Ebola issues. How the Ebola issue problem is. You can't get nothing about it again. So the thing that you get said Ebola for the people, is that true? And my next question, send the project down from our district. The money not supposed to be coming to your care. What is doing with it in the district?
Okay. Okay, my brother. Thanks so much. Let's take this person here. Trying to get the Lone Star line on. So you guys have to be kind to Lone Star subscribers. Hello. Okay, we lost that quarter. 07777 1075 07777 1075. Let's talk to this person here. Good evening.
How you doing, brother?
Yes, I'm okay, sir. Your name and where you join us from?
My name is George. I'm calling from Canada Supermarket.
Okay, George, go ahead.
Yeah, what is on my mind is I can remember you people went for a celebration, right?
Okay.
You people went prayer. Yeah, you people went prayer for celebration, right?
Go ahead.
Why it is you now go to the Bola to tell the Liberian people this celebration will come for all what we're doing here is free. Why you now go to the Bola, you're the journalist, to tell the Liberian people that we got no Guinea soya to the Bola here today. We're celebrating everything. Why you now go there? That's my question there.
Okay.
And number two, you're the journalist, you please be fair and bold to us. That's some things. You show the good side, you show the bad side, you shouldn't show the ugly side.
Okay,
That's
all
my
right, thanks
point.
so much. A minute. Like I said, let's talk to this person. Hello,
Hello?
your name?
Yeah, my name is Tracy calling from FRC.
Let's hear you, Tracy.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to talk. My brother, please, I'll get a problem I want for the CEO to listen to. So please help me in the process.
Yeah, Tracy. Anyway, just go ahead.
All right, thank you. And Mr. CEO, please, if you are listening, my name is Christine from FRC. I have my problem 8 years now. My problem being only 8 years. I'm not working. I'm sick. And I have a child. She is 8 years since I gave birth to her. She is not in school. Her father is dead. I'm struggling with that child. If she's not in school, please, I want you to please help me with the child to go to school. Please, I beg you.
Okay.
I beg you.
All right. So, folks, Damo just arrived. Like I said, following his arrival, I'm just going to take my exit and he's going to take over from here. So while he get prepared, let me just take few calls. Let's talk to this here. Hello.
Yeah, hello, sir.
Your name and where you join us from?
Well, I'm Mr. Eric D. Niam, the incoming lawmaker of District Number 6, Montserrat County, October 2029.
District 10 or 6?
District 6.
6?
District 6 in Montserrat County, 6.
Okay. So 2029, right?
Yeah, come October 2029 by God's grace.
Okay.
I just had a few questions. What become of the code of conduct? And where the code of conduct stands? The reason I'm asking this question because every presidential appointee, supposed to stay away from any political rally. But they're going down the CIA boss, we're dancing and whining with the movement of Thomas Fala.
Okay, my brother. Thanks so much.
The reason why I'm asking that question.
Yes, we have to pause it there. And Damo is already here. So he's just going to take over in subsequent time. So, folks, wherever you are, let's take this break here. Up next, the continuation here where Damo going to be here to drive you guys through until the panelists join the program. Again, Shano Gwe is my name. Thanks so much. I'm out.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stan coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South man. On the beat.
To get your information. To the food to get my smooth, smooth, smooth navigation. Smooth, smooth, smooth Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to trust spoon, you will know. The children crying for salvation, just to trust spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't trust spoon. You want to know what is happening, moreover, don't trust spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't trust spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, don't trust spoon.
And of course, we'd love to say big thanks to Shano Goe, the DJ SNW, for filling in briefly. That was great. We do appreciate him. Wherever it is you're watching us from, we'd love to say welcome back to the program. This is the What's on Your Mind segment, where we take calls from Liberians home and abroad to let us know what's on their minds. The rest of the panelists will be joining the program. My name is Diamond Slanger. It's a good way to take off from where Shannon did leave off, to take more calls as well. Let's take this next person on the line. This is undoubtedly Liberia's #1 talk show. This is the Spoon Talk, and we're live on Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1, Voice of Liberia 104.1, and a host of other stations relaying us all across Liberia. Let's take this person. Hello.
Hello, Tamo.
Yes, sir. Your name and where you calling us from, please?
Thank God so much for the opportunity back over the new party election bureau.
Go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, what on my mouth go to you, Tamo, same that day, or my brother, my son birthday. Send out that and I will see my award.
Did you win any award, Chief?
Yeah, the rest.
Did you win any award, boss man?
The award is the Reverend Mr. Spoon.
Did you call and your name was on the list, Chief?
Exactly. So Mr. Spoon says you spoke
No, did you call? Let's just get something straight. And your name was on the list?
I said yes.
I have a list here. What's your name, boss man?
Paco, KPACO SENGPOH.
No, sir. Your name is not on this list. Everybody whose names was on our list received their money.
You can every count the show out.
Did you call and you were shortlisted or he said your name should be added?
Yes. I work with the Paco.
Boss man, all the lists are Gaia and we sat right on the show. We gave everybody their money. Your name is not here.
That the one on the show not do fair to me. I think that was Tamo on the show.
No, it wasn't me, Chief. It wasn't me. So you need to get your facts right. I was not the one. I have a list. That list does not feature your name. We sat right on this program. We gave everybody whose name was on the list their money.
I just test my number. The problem on the shows as you test my number.
All right, I didn't get it. So whatever the case is, we'll try to rectify that. But your name is not on the list of those who got money.
Please, Mr. Spoon on the show, farmer Tamo.
All right, boss man. But your name didn't appear on the list. You said you texted it.
Yeah, me feel my point issue now.
Yeah, what's your issue?
If I not get it, maybe I will call wanted to be. Yeah, me feel my point issue. My second point issue. To who can send out all the other network and talk power, but they couldn't import Amokan. We should stop that attitude. You send all network and just talk power, but who country that import Amokan to the nation. Import can come to Joe Parker.
All right.
So is that Joe Parker? Now, I bet that bro suffer. We should stop and who am going to pay the country.
All right.
I come into the office tomorrow. I come in there tomorrow. I come in there. I come in there for my award.
Boss man, you're not on no list. So
no, it's there.
All right, Chief. Have a wonderful night.
People.
All right. Thank you, boss man.
I come in there tomorrow. I come in there. I mean, Tamo normal, but I can't find it.
All right, Chief.
You just treat me that day.
All right, Chief. 077771075 077101075. So whatever mixed up, you said you texted your number. It was all about calling. Those who called and their names were put on the list. Each person received their money. Those who came to the office did get rice, and I still have the list here. Everybody did get their money. It was live on the radio as well. So if you're saying your name is there, well, we can see it. 077771075 05551101075. Let's take this next person. Philip Bala, you always like trouble. But I look forward to seeing your comment always, Philip. Hope you're doing great. Let's take this next person here. Hello.
You love it? You Paco, right?
Oh, you forming protest group for Paco? What a good will be.
Coming there tomorrow.
Yeah, the Megan kind of office is open to him, but you have to rectify how he need go on the list because who get a many on the list.
Okay.
But we'll see what to do when they make out to the office.
Let me just give my own evening show. Hello, Dambena.
No, I just want to know that the list is here and everybody whose name on the list got their thing. So if you got on the list, not gonna wait. We'll see.
I will not do that to my Fakoya.
Oh, my man, you buy electro.
Oh, I'm one of my standing point now.
What's on your mind? What's on your mind? Aside from trying to put me in mojo, okay, what's on your mind?
Let me just give my own what's on my mind this evening. You know, we who are in Unity Party, we are many. But some of our friends, when they fight hard and they give them the job, they don't want to take care of their job, but rather to get ahead of somebody.
What do you mean? They don't want to take care of the job. What do you mean? Go straight to the point. He's speaking parable now.
Yeah, you know, but when Jesus was moving in the parable, he was giving. There's a man that in Unity Party who is director working at the port, the youth leader. The man, instead of him to do his job fine, he's getting behind the justice minister to be moved. He was employed by the old man, my uncle.
But what a man mean? Just saying there's a man. You want kind of accusation face on?
No. Becky, let me just say my own. Yeah. He is after the justice minister to be removed. Is that what we put him there for?
All right.
Instead of like people want to tell us that because if you are not a unity policy, you can't work. It can be CDC, ANC, anybody can work in this government.
Okay.
And now they say that my uncle put them there. And they have, in fact, you don't have no right to talk about politics.
All right, Chief.
Let him try to learn and do his work cooperatively.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. 077771075 055101075. Those are the numbers to call, and you'll be live on Spoon Talk. The segment is What's on Your Mind? The last caller said there is a director, though he refused to mention the director's name. I must say the president interfering and wanting to move the justice minister. Let's take this next person. Hello, your name and where you calling us from, please.
Yeah, good evening. This is Junske Betty calling from Japan.
You're welcome. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, call to my voice to the written communication by the Alternative National Congress asking the LDCC to go in, investigate the alleged 10 million who is currently being built in Foya Lofa County. You know, as it relates to that one, there's a whole lot of controversy that to the extent that we, the people of the country, cannot understand who is actually doing the work to the budgetary allocation, that is the budget law. We don't know the procurement process. We don't know per law. You should go to the Public Procurement and Concession Commission, which of course it ain't go to.
Okay.
That's a gross violation of our law. It's a symptom of corruption. So ask the LDCC to be sincere. We the people, you have to promptly go in. But if not, we are not going to take you serious in this country. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you for calling us. Well, 077771075 055101075. Let's take this person on the line. Hello.
Thank you, Donald. How are you?
I'm good, Chief. Your name and where you calling us from?
This is Edmund Carr. I'm normally referred to as the visually impaired that is pushing for the return of President Weah, a proud member of Concerned Liberian for Justice.
You're welcome, Chief.
Yeah, and I have but what is some of mine is about our president. The president has diagnosed, I guess, the problem concerning jaw. But every time he go into the cabinet meeting, he talk about the governor being able to create job and ministers should find way to create job. So my question this evening is, when you diagnose the problem, you provide solution. So the president should be telling us now that saying we know the problem that we are not able to create job, here is what we are going to do, making sure that jobs are created for the Liberian people. But you'll be telling us the problem until the 6th year end. When will you provide solution to the problem? So we are calling on the president saying you know the problem now. Let him suggest or let him put a plan before his minister or whosoever so that they can try to create jobs for the Liberian people so that the narrative can change. Then quickly to the House of Representatives. Look, let the speaker take charge of the House of Representatives. You can't take your precious time. You say you are inviting people. And then you invite people just to cause noise.
It's a cause, what do you mean?
follow the hearing. They want to invite anybody in that place. When the person is presenting, you hardly hear nothing. See what happened today with the guy from the port there, APN Terminal. So now even say they can hear the American English. We were unable to hear the presentation of that of that gentleman they invited. So let the speaker please take charge of the plenary when they invite people so that we will know their question and the answer, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling. 077771075 055101075. Those are the numbers to call. Let's take this next person. Hello.
Yeah, I come by again. They already tell me a member of people. You better play at Nelson for Nelson, my son.
Bago.
Yeah, Nelson. You already hitting me power.
Bago.
You're playing for me power.
Bago.
I want to pick up platform. You hitting me.
Bago.
And the first time that I listen to you.
Okay. You just called on the program, and I told you I have a verified list. Your name is not on it. Hold on, Bago. Hold on. I have no issue against you. We as a network have got no issue against you. So if your name doesn't appear on the list, and you said you texted your name, which wasn't the method that you should have used. So what you do is, Bako, let's understand ourselves now, so we cannot, take up the airtime to address this issue. You say you come to the office tomorrow. Come to the office. Come to the office now. Yeah, Bako. Of course, I'll be open to you. Can't do working hours. Yeah. Nobody will like it for you, man. All right, Bago. Come to the office tomorrow. Yeah? Come to the office tomorrow now. Yeah? Bago, come to the office tomorrow. Lead that thing. We party, you come on like the bigger party. Come to the office tomorrow. Let's take this next person here. Hello.
Even to you.
How are you, sir?
Well, by the grace of God, I'm okay, and I'm trying to be okay.
That's good. What's on your mind?
Oh, Tamo. My name is Mohammed M. Kanajion. Mohammed Kane is a proud member of the UP, the Great Intellectual Bureau.
Where you get your office? The Intellectual Bureau. Where you get your office?
It's more for us to invite you to our office. Definitely, you are welcome to our office. Come to our office in Clavatai, and you're going to see the office open there. Definitely, and you're going to see our hardworking chairman, and you're going to see all of the.
So you know what you do for just tell where your office will pay you a surprise visit, because with Thursday you're coming and then all of you can sit down. So just tell the location will pay a surprise visit.
Whenever you and my man Nelson Colette, whenever coming here or to say that will pay a visit to all. That is not the first time for us to even get this on the platform.
But you not get your location here, Dado.
I said Claverton, come Claverton. I can even give the chairman number to you. I can give the PRO number to you, and we'll have the LG.
Just go to your point, because just saying Claverton. You will say which part of Claverton? Claverton big Dado. Can you can Claverton start looking?
I have a number, so after everything, I want to be now.
Go ahead.
For me, I don't really know when last in this country we have an institution called the Civil Rights Organization grouping in this country. To be very honest, yeah. For me, I had a disappointment with me and my brother then from the other side. Okay, you must say we're in this country. Everything on a former person we are in this country, everything it was okay for them. Okay, and after we wanna have any institution called Civil Rights Advocacy Group then in this country to even speak for the masses.
Oh, but strange things that strange things that were not happening before, are they not happening now?
Damo, to be very honest, Damo, let me be very much factual of you, okay? To inform person we are time, okay? At that time they were referred to themselves as a proper defense mandate, okay? Everything on the person we are the leadership at that time everything was okay on the day. When they call, they will say they always calling for the most talk about the Babu where.
So why your point with it men now? Just go straight to your point so that we take other callers.
Yeah, my point with the guys there, that now they want to speak for the masses in this country, and now they want to speak for the masses.
Right.
Where were they? What were they in this country at that time when rappers were in 4,000 plus?
All right, brother. Thank you. At least you made your point.
What were they?
Thank you.
You seen it?
Thank you very much. Let's take this next person here to each his own. Let's take this next person. Hello.
Hello.
Your name and where you calling us from, please?
My name is Roland Toy and I join you from Palm Mines.
Go ahead, Roland.
My attention has to do with the Redemption Hospital. The nurses are there. They are very wicked. Wicked set of people. A few years ago, I was affected from that identical hospital. My woman was pregnant and she wanted to give birth. They suffered me in that place and the child never make it.
Amen.
And then the regrettable part of them, I carried so many times, I carried pregnant women in my kitchen. They will come, the security will be behind the gate, they will come to make sure on emergency before going back to go over key in the building there. They will not open that area immediately for the person to go in so they can do whatever work they're supposed to do, but they can't check the fire service before going back while that person Philippine or dying slowly in the kitchen. So yeah, that was wicked.
Thank you for calling, brother.
All right.
These are experiences you just don't want to hear about. And whenever you hear these sort of experiences, it takes the wind out of your sail. Let's take this next person here on the line. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Your name and where you calling us from?
I'm George calling from Red Lights.
Go ahead, George.
Yeah, mama. We are talking about sanitation. Liberia, Red Light is dirty up, brother. The country is very much dirty. We don't know what to do. They're dirty in the parking here. People can't take it. The place is getting too dirty. Liberia is dirty up. Why? Why Liberia going like this, my brother? You're dying here slowly. Things are going all bad up. Soon as this government, the government are called, rescue all, they really rescue the pocket. Because everything, now, we don't understand, people don't see it again. What's going on? Yeah, my brother. Can't see Omega Market. My brother, can't see Omega Market. Yeah.
Thank you for calling.
All bad. Yeah, my brother, thank you.
All right, Mr. Russell. How are you doing, Chief? Billy D, what's up with you?
Man, brother. How are you doing?
Okay.
Yeah. How's the weather in Liberia, in Monrovia?
Well, it's a bit cold because it's raining frequently. We're in the rainy season. But
cold? What is cold? I'm sure it's not. I'm sure it's not lower than 60 degrees or 70.
No, I say American kind of cold now, but at least with the rain, the wind and everything, the reduction of the heat, it's cold to a large extent. But we do get
is it cold or is it cool? So there's a difference between COLD and COOL.
I'll take cool.
Okay. All right.
I'll take COOL. Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
I wouldn't take cold because then cold would be extreme. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah.
Okay.
So what's up now? How far are they? The whole Lone Star game business. What's the advancement in the preparation? Where are we as we speak? So I thought about.
I mean, we progressed significantly. There were a lot of moving parts to it, and the momentum is high in the great state of Minnesota. We have the captain of Lone Star is in Minnesota now. As a matter of fact, we'll be meeting later on today. So I'll be leaving the show early to go and meet with the captain, Mr. Murphy. Oscar Dawley is in Brooklyn Park. So things are heating up, Diamond. So things are heating up. So your invitation is coming.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. See you. What's up with you? Man,
see you disappear.
Dr. George, what's up, your chief? I like the country club. You muted that.
Thank you, boss man. I'm okay. I'm doing great. Good to see you and Billy D and our listeners are listening to us on Facebook and YouTube. Billy D, you say you got free ticket for us, right?
All of the spoon panelists, we have but we're putting you all in a sky box. So I don't know if you want to sit. You want to be on the field. But that's the best place. That's the best place to be, Diamond. That's the best place to be.
Wrote that letter calling for investigation by the LACC. Is that why so country club and what's all that?
Yeah, that the advice when they pop it in.
But that's good though.
Okay. Yeah, because Billy, do you know this? Since LACC, since they wrote that letter. Since they wrote that letter, that Georgia where is so African thing, and know what the message is.
He's trying to identify. He's trying to identify with the folks now.
Fubi, how are you, sir?
Good morning. How's that doing?
I was saluting. Is it like a new way again green book and pass on now? Everybody see that Friday, yes, salute and pass.
Salute.
Hey. Guys, welcome to the show. We have a lot to talk about. The CEO definitely take over a lot of things happening in the country to talk about. But let's say hi to some of our viewers. Roberta Richards is watching us from Louisville. Vamandi Donzo, Vamandi my man, but what kind of man so? But Vamandi is okay. You'll be all right. Bassa man is following from his CMC corner. How are you doing, Bassa man? Philip Bala. Yeah, Philip Bala. I always look forward to your comments. Philip Bala, Zeus Carter, and another person. I look out for 6 to 7 comments from these individuals. They're always going at it in the comment section. Mohammed Sharif, how are you doing? Judith Sano is watching us via YouTube. Genzo Lamena is following us. Genzo says I look like a Ghanaian. Oliver S. Tamba, how are you doing?
How does a Ghanaian look like?
The question. Maybe Genzo knows how a Ghanaian looks like. Roland Togba, how are you doing? Prince S. Zeze Jr. is watching us. Hope you're doing great. Theodosia Hart is following us via YouTube. Basilia Kura is watching us from Grand Crew County. Weekly Chill, how are you doing? Weekly Chill. Ambassador Walton Boshu Morgan is following us from CDC. I say he's a regular CDC militant. Otello Delon is watching us, as well as Francis Bobor. Mantonian's son is watching us from Burville. Obadiah Johnson, Simon Bedia. Zeze Molu is watching us via YouTube. Emmanuel Kofi Aboshi is following us from Cardwell, New Georgia. Samuel Bisi Thomas, Tarboy Vinny, and the rest of the folks following us via different mediums. We're live on Super TV, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and of course on YouTube. Our handle is Spoon Talk. David Boker is watching us from Newark, New Jersey. Michael Pakla and the rest of the folks. Boomberger.
Yeah, man. Listen, there's a lot going on, man. A lot of news. Thank you very much for filling in. That's what a good deputy manager should do all the time. When your staff called off, you got to be there to fill in. You have to ask Emmanuel George how many times have he filled in. But realizing that Emmanuel George is also getting double time whenever he filled in. So probably he be the one to tell his staff to call off and or willing to give them time off for him to have time and a half. You know, Fubi, we've been doing this thing, right? My man, you want to take off? I need that overtime. You know, I got to support the ANC. ANC need money. So, you know, you got to do the extra overtime to get extra pay. I don't know. Regardless, it's on salary, though. They usually give you extra day off as well if you are on salary. Because I believe with a doctorate degree, he's on salary making nothing less than $10,000 a month. You know, with all of very, very good incentives. So welcome you, Dr. Emmanuel George, and thank you for being free today. I come to my brother, Billy D. They call him William Trevor. So Russell, it's good to see you, my brother. As always, I don't know about how will you celebrate that the captain of Lone Star came to the country and left the rest of the team behind. I mean, this whole thing about Lone Star coming, I get them seriously concerned Dr. George. When the people come in a slow way, they come in one at a time. I thought the people, I thought all the people will be in the plane, right, Damo, and just take their Lone Star Air, like the one that told President Baga to Lofa, Lone Star Air Force One. All of them should be in that plane to come. You know, how would the captain come ahead, then the co-captain will come? What was the real story here, Brother Rosso? I pray that they got in, come here, let have fun, man. But what's the real story? How the captain came on assessment? He came to assess the pitch. He came to assess and see what's going on with the Lone Star coming to Brooklyn Park in Minnesota. Something is not adding up. And today, we hear that only the captain here. Where the captain came from?
No.
Anyway, no. Listen.
There's no need to sensationalize this.
But I mean, my name is sensation, but I mean, yeah.
You need to list of needs.
My name is sensation. I know what the message actually sensationalize it. But the thing is that when we
are before you get in your mojo, that new microphone.
I mean, I change the thing every day, but I'm trying to get the right one. Somebody send me something and say I should put this and yama on it. I'm working on it. Yeah, I'm working on it. Just forget my microphone business. Let go, but don't take me away from Lone Star coming. We want Lone Star to come. We do. I mean, look at Conor Gray. I don't want to tell the story between here and Webb. Conor Gray want to go there, but he want a woman to go. He said, "Well, you working on that day?" The one said, "I'm not working. I will take off."
Oh, you want to go alone?
No. You got a big program about Billy D. All my men that I know, they say they're going alone. They can't stay on the beach. All of them, they say they're going alone. They say
you see Billy D picture that we have. You see Billy D picture that we have that up.
They say soccer like men team, ain't for the women and so the women will stay home. They got in there. Listen, they like bro men buying them in America. All of them going alone. I will call their name on the show before the game starts. They bought a ticket already right here to in New Jersey on the field over here. They bought a ticket already. I don't know whether they're going to Minnesota, but they bought a ticket right here in New Jersey. And they said they're going alone. I know them. You know, just imagine, man. It's just so good that they're going to have fun. But if I'm going on the field, though, I will take my wife with me. Because I need prevention. I need precaution.
Prevention for what?
I need to be covered by the blood. And my wife is the blood of Christ. She will cover me. Yeah, as for me, you know, I don't want to, if I cannot go alone places, if I go alone places, the temptation is hard. Who tell you that you cannot be tempted? That's a tempt, but do not fall into temptation.
I have a comment to make.
Yeah, comment, go ahead.
But Senator, you don't think we all are bound by this spoon that we can't bend the rule outside there? We should always be on the chalk line because society watching us.
Yeah,
you don't think so?
Yeah.
So I'm constrained. Ever since I got on spoon, all my bad habits changed. I don't even make mistakes when I'm outside.
Oh yeah.
Because society eyeball on you.
You're right. They do.
You go in the supermarket, eh?
I'm telling you, anything you do, they say, "Oh, that spoon's out."
Yeah. Yeah, we just gotta be careful, right? And I want to say Jacob Jala is here as well. Welcome to the show, Jacob. And my brother Fubi Herod, the man that divorced 4 times and he remarried 3 times. I want to say welcome, Fubi. It's good that you go back to Labrador, the photo will chase you. you messing around with a Burkina beast. And you want to sit down and say you that whole Liberian women. By the way, that your own, to each his own. Somebody sent me a picture of you. You were holding a white horse. You sent me that picture. I don't know what I should do with that picture. It was you, right?
Myself posted it on Facebook. So you know what exactly
okay, so somebody took it from there and sent it to me. Yeah. I don't know. I told the guy from Minnesota, they call him Amos Wisse. He doesn't like Billy D. He just don't like Billy D. Every day he's saying bad thing about Billy D. Yeah. I tried talking to him. Yeah. He said I should kick Billy D from the show. Billy D cannot be re-elected. He's a hardcore seditious. I said, man, leave me alone with your thing. But they call him Amos Wisse.
But I am man.
I don't know the man, but the man loves Spoon. You follow Spoon a lot. So
that man.
Oh,
if Builder can get a man on his side, then a lot of things.
But every time I see the man talking about Stanton.
Yeah.
I was talking about you. I just saw you
Politicians, something like you visit those kind of those people now.
No, but the man let me though. He does. Conor Gray, he will call me. I will be tired. I'll be starting, man. He said, man, I will not start calling you. I will call you every day. So
that man get energy. He said your crewmate get energy. That man get more energy.
No, I gotta get energy. Yeah, but shout out to Amos Wisse. I want to say happy birthday to our brother and friend, the veteran himself, Martin Cody. We want to say today is Martin Cody's birthday. We're celebrating, man. Look at the olden time way of taking picture, Damo. You low on the ground, you hold a flower tree, you bend down. You hold a flower tree, the one flower in your hair, then you looking at the camera. That's what Martin does. The man who birthday, how you taking picture? The only time they are taking picture, we want to say happy birthday to our brother, our friend, Martin Cody himself. The man say he's going to send me the birthday picture. And I tell you, Damo, the man got to stand by the flower that get red roses between it. So, Martin Cody, happy birthday to you, man. We celebrate to you. Happy birthday to you. Yes, indeed. You're the veteran. You are the hero. You are the man. Yes, indeed. We pray that God bless you. God keep you. And God bless you everything. More years to come. Maybe another 120 years to come. 120. May God bless you, Martin. Happy birthday to you. All those of you out there celebrate Martin Cody. He's a good guy. We wish him well. I want to say we got a lot to discuss today. We have a lot to discuss today. We also want to say something that was done today. The United States government, Treasury Department, I believe, removed Prince Wyatt Johnson, the late from under sanction. They delisted Prince Wyatt Johnson, right? So he's no more under sanction, right? I just wanted to say this. Yeah, PYJ again. The people say since he passed 2024, the CFA to remove him, and I don't know what you guys are going to say about this though. Let me ask you 30 seconds real quick, and maybe you can speak to this. I mean, a great news, by the way, a great news for the Johnson family. Am I correct? My brother Billy D. Prince Wyatt Johnson was delisted. He was removed from the sanction.
No, I think it's a good thing, Stanton. I think the good thing. It happens all the time. So it's good for them to clear his name, at least to honor him in that manner. I mean, I'm sure there are a whole host of people who may not like to see that, considering that he was not held accountable for all of what he's alleged to have done during the war and all of that. But the U.S. government saw it fit to delist him, and I think that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that, and I don't see a problem with that. It happens here all the time. My only thing, which is a whole, I know going around and 30 seconds given to each person. How many persons do we still have on that list? I mean, do you know?
I think they're around 8. There were 9, I believe. We can name them quickly. You have Sherman, Prince Johnson. Then you got Bill Twaway, Serena Seafors, Nathaniel Fallow McGill. There are different things that you got to talk about. Which one of the list. But if we compare them, you got Jefferson Cody, you got Samuel Twe. Who else again? You got how you call it, Albert Chie, Emmanuel Nukwe. Those are the 9 individuals I know of. Yeah, but more to come though. More to come. So now
these were individuals under the Magnitsky.
They mix. Some Magnitsky and some, they mix international sanction on Jefferson Cody for human rights. You know that. Whether it felt under Magnitsky too, we can say that. But Emmanuel, what say you? I mean, this is good. Let's just take 1 or 2 more individuals that will move on. Let me hear your view about Prince Johnson, because directly he accused your political leader, Mr. Cummings, of initiating this sanction against him. Now, 2024 he passed, may he still rest in peace. But per tradition and policy, the American government had to remove him. And they were very clear. They said the United States Department of Treasury, Office of the Foreign Asset Control, OFAC, removed former Liberian warlord and Senator Prince Yomi Johnson from the Specialty Designated Nationals SDN sanction list. following his death in late 2024. So this is it. What say you, Dr. George?
Yeah, I think it's a good step. First of all, let me debunk that false story that Mr. Alexander Cummings would spend time and energy behind trying to sanction former Senator Johnson, the late Senator Johnson. Senator Johnson had a history that followed him. He wrote a book and he mentioned some of the things he did in his own book that he wrote. So, in as much as he is a hero to our brothers and sisters in Nima counties, there are other people in Nigeria who suffer the aggressions of his behavior. I witnessed it firsthand when I was when he came on at the corner of Johnson and what's the street name? During the war, when he came there, I witnessed what he did firsthand with the two eyes of mine, as Liberian men would say. But yeah, his family need to continue their life. His family need to be taken away from the atrocities that he committed outside of in the Monserrato belt. And I think it's a good thing. Now free his family to do what they want to do. They free up his assets so that his people can get, his family can also have access to his assets, especially assets in United States dollars that are in banks that they may have to work with. But furthermore, if Mr. Cummings did not like Senator Johnson, he would not have contributed significant. He was one of the significant contributor to the Prince Johnson University, a university that others have, once his demise, others turned their back on it, and that university was about to close its door. So we have good relationship with Senator Johnson. Sometimes when you're frustrated, you make remarks, and I'm sure it was in a heat of frustration when he was sanctioned that he made that remark.
Thank you. Thank you very much, folks. We'd like to hear your comment. We'd like to read your comment and hear from you. Knowing very well that today the United States government has posted, removed, delisted Prince Johnson from the sanction that was imposed upon him. There were 9, right? And we're going to call the 9 names, those individuals that are under U.S. sanction by way of the Magnitsky or the Treasury or whatever, but they were under direct sanction. You got former Finance Minister Samuel Twe, you got former Minister of State Nathaniel Fallow McGill, former City Mayor Jefferson Koji. You have the sitting senator who actually passed, Prince Johnson, the former. You have sitting senator, how you call him, Albert Chie, Emmanuel Nukwe, former SG, Sereno Seafers, and you can name them all. But yeah, we are Bill Tuawe, former senator as well. They were 9, but now, you know, they are 8. Phoebe, what say you, reading this information, this a normal policy, is no special preference to Prince Johnson family though. Let's hear you.
Yeah, so the policy makes sense because you can the dead body already the man gone to go for to face the other judgment, so you can't be judging in his absence. So it's good that they live there it, and his family now can go about their normal businesses and do what they want to do. But I think it's a good thing. You know, it's a good policy. You know, when you have somebody like you have somebody in prison, when they die, you have to take them from the prison and go bury them. So whatever crime that the person committed, they simply say the death do us part. Death will actually end that. So it's a new phase for him in the afterlife. So the family took to move on. You can't hold them accountable for the atrocities that Prince Johnson committed since he's no more around.
Thank you very much, Betty D. Could agree? Let's hear you, my friend.
Oh yes, Stanton. You know, if we look back at the significance of OFAC, it's actually intended to impose economic restriction on people who are responsible for all kinds of economic sabotage, be it locally or globally. And OFAC will restrict some of the movement and further, you know, commission of crimes
against humanity, so to speak. So it's only wise, as Fubi said, that if the individual is no longer here, to vanquish them off of the list. But also individuals who are alive have been taken off that list. I remember during the Charles Taylor regime, a number of individuals were listed, including people who were newspaper people or news people. They were on that list, a long list. But sometimes when the U.S. feels that you no longer pose a threat to their national security, foreign policy dissemination, they tend to remove you. I mean, it's a dead man, so he's harmless. And as a result, he's no longer there. So it's a good thing. It's just that the stigma it creates for even the family is one thing that we'll have to be able to watch out for. And, because crimes are not transferable.
All right, thank you. You're right. You're right.
The family will live in peace and nobody will cuffle them because of political differences. Stanton.
Thank you very much, Colonel Gray. Welcome to the show, Jacob. What say you? We got to announce this. This is big, by the way. Prince Johnson, he was delisted by the American government. He was removed from the sanction list. May his soul rest in peace. But these are the information. It's very clear that you removed former Liberian warlord and Senator Prince Yomi Johnson. What say you, Jacob?
Yeah, Stanton. I don't know. Yeah, these are conventional stuff, sanction. But for me, as somebody who's been reviewing these things, I don't really see the impact of these things that cause sanction. But I think that would be that's a different discussion altogether. I don't even want to go into that. But let me just say that, yeah, I mean, they removed him from unsanctioned. He's passed away a while ago. So what is the importance of having him there? Somebody whose body have expired already. So I think it looks straightforward to me. I don't think I have much to say besides that.
Nope. You want to add something to this, Thomas? Welcome to the show. You like to add?
Yes, absolutely. Good evening, Stanton, and good evening, colleagues. Makana, Emmanuel, good to see you, man. ANC is firing these few days. On Prince Johnson, Stanton, there's feedback. There's a lot of feedback. On Prince Johnson removal from the sanction list, I'm like, little, it's too late. First of all, what took them so long? Prince Johnson died in November of 2024. That's been over a year now. He should have been removed from that list. And why is it making news now at this time, today? I would be interested to know exactly what the status of the other 8 individuals on our sanction list who were sanctioned by the U.S., State Department, OFAC, right? Where they are, what do they need to be doing to get themselves off that list? What is the status of their crimes? And can Liberia actually, as a state, benefit from that to say, okay, we have information, we can actually use that information to prosecute, based on the allegations that were put against these people? Because we're talking about families here. But I can only say for Prince Johnson, his victims, they didn't get a chance to really face him in court. And it's a shame for Liberia. So it was a missed opportunity, and may so rest in peace. But I think it is old news. We should be focusing about the people who are alive, who are on sanctions, and what benefit can that sanction bring to Liberia. And that's what we'll be interested in. Thank you, Satan. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the show, Vandela Patrick. It's good to see you. We are talking about the delisting of Prince Johnson from the sanction OFAC list. What say you?
Yeah, thank you. I don't know the motive because when the Americans listed Prince Johnson on sanction, they gave reason. I've not had the time to read why they delisted him. Is there any reason? Can somebody follow up with me? I think the Americans should be in a position to provide the very reasons why they are delisted. Because when you list somebody as somebody supposed to be on sanctions, they always give reasons. If you delist somebody from the sanction list, you also provide reasons. So the Americans should be accountable to Liberians. And I hope that they will do that. I don't know. I have not read that yet. I'm just hearing from you. But I'm optimistic that they will provide reasons why they have delisted him. You know, I mean, that is only my point. I'm interested in knowing the reasons. I've not had the time to read, but we were all aware that when they placed him on sanction, not just him, but many Liberians who were placed on sanctions, they gave us reasons why they were placed on sanction. If you delist somebody from the sanction list, you are also morally obligated to the Liberian people to provide reasons why you are delisting him. So I'll be very interested in knowing why.
Thank you, Vandela. They said they removed him because he's dead.
He passed away.
The poster. The only reason he was delisted because he's dead. I hope you can hear us. And they posted. Now, to your answer, Tamba, hold on, VP, hold on. Now we got to move on. To your question, Tamba, there is no statutory deadline to removing a dead person from sanction list. There is no statutory deadline. It can be 6 months. It can be as long as the government deems necessary. It's right there. So the only reason why they remove him because, like Conor Gray said, he can do anything. He's a dead man. So we pray that it's so rest in peace. Yeah.
I know we want to move on, but Jacob brought up a point, and I was thinking about it too. You know, at the end of the day, you know, because you would think that they put folks on sanction, they put nations on sanction, and you know, to help change the behavior. So if those who were put on sanction because of alleged corrupt practices or everything else that they have, you know, putting these folks on sanction, have it really changed? Have they really changed the behavior? Have it really changed things in the country? How has this whole sanction regime helped Liberians and helped the country? I mean, is this something that maybe we can spend a little bit of time and talk about?
Exactly. And I didn't want to, it's a good point. I didn't want to like digress the discussion, so that's why I just drop it like a hot potato and just allow it to move on. But for me, I think these sanctions, I mean, we're in a different era now. We have to be careful. And even U.S. foreign policy.
Let's move on now. We were talking about sanctions. I don't want us to make this a topic. We were just saying this in passing because he was delisted. There's so many reasons that Vandela Patrick just asked. I mean, you asked him question. Conor Gray see the right when he said, you know, the man's a dead man now. There's a reason when you're alive to put you in sanction. But can we just move on to our main topic? We're going to open a sanction conversation here again. Because then you will give reason for my brother Vandela Patrick to come back and stress on the same thing as to what's the benefiting factor in this? Why they put them on sanction? The government choir, the American government choir, who have the burden of proof to prove to the Liberian people that they did something, so therefore they should remain there forever, or they should delist the rest of them. So, but this was just in passing. I beg for us to move on. Welcome to the Spoon Talk, ladies and gentlemen. It's always good to have you. We couldn't finish on this topic about Mr. Cummings and ANC writing a letter to LDCC. Some of you guys were off. I want to give you the opportunity to speak to it. And I'm hearing that Mr. Cummings again doing another letter on the speaker himself for everything that has happened, all the allegation and accusation on Speaker Richard Cohen. So Mr. Cummings is coming out of the shell, ANC coming out of the shell. They are ready to say, boom, here we are. They are not only writing a letter to LDCC, they are involving international community. If you look at the letter, it's very clear. If you look at those that the CC Capital, the US Embassy, European partners, and everybody else, let me ask you, Billy D, you were obvious today. You read through the letter, though. This is the newcomers we are talking about. On a serious note, are we talking about the newcomers, the comings that actually put fear in CDC then? The people that accuse him of bringing sanction upon Miguel, Bertwawe, Imaro Nukwe, Prince Johnson, and the rest of them. It's going back to his old root, going back to the old time religion here. That coming thing that have the international connection, that coming thing that can shake internationally and people tremble on a sanction and other things. What say you? He's writing the American government. What say you, Billy D?
Well, starting a couple of things. I don't know if one, I mean, just my experience and understanding of the way the American system works. I mean, yes, you have all these different inputs and different levels that you can pull and ship here and there. There's no one thing that can inform a particular decision by the American government. So to sit and think that Cummings, with all of the connections that he may have, Cummings was single-handedly responsible, or Cummings had some outsized influence as to why people, in the Liberian government were sanctioned or not. I think is propaganda. It's propaganda based. I don't think there's any validity to that. But having said that, though, I think it's about time that political parties and individuals to start holding each other accountable, to start holding folks accountable. So I don't see anything fundamentally wrong with asking questions, with holding people accountable, asking them to say, okay, how did you get this? When did you get this? Why are you spending this? All of those sort of basic questions, I think is something that we should applaud, right? From my vantage point, there's nothing wrong, Stanton, with asking questions, and especially as a Liberian citizen, a tax-paying Liberian citizen who happens to be a head of a political party, you can ask questions. And we need to be asking each other questions. You ask questions, we all ask questions, we all try to hold each other accountable. And I think that's what he's doing. I think that's the right step in the right direction, and we all should be doing that.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Vendetta Patrick. You are open, brother. This Cummings issue, probably you read the letter. Talk to us. Is this the new Cummings? What do you make about this Cummings and ANC now asking for investigation?
I think Cummings is a political actor. He's acting in full concert with the law of morality and the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia. And he should be commended for that. To write, he wants to seek justice. Political leaders are advocates of social justice. So there's nothing wrong with that. He wants to see a country governed on the principles of rule of law. So if he feels that things are not in accordance with the rule of law, and he doesn't want to speculate, it becomes a moral necessity and a constitutional obligation to write the requisite authority to demand answer. So Cummings is in the right direction. There's nothing wrong about that. I think Liberians should, celebrate him. We don't want to see political leaders just speculating, speaking from uninformed sources. So the answers he's going to get, I don't know what will be the next step. It will set the basis for Cummings to speak beyond what he has been speculating. So I think I want to commend him for that. And it is good to put our public institutions on record. Under our law, we utilize the freedom of information. We have a doubt, we write. If you can't give it to us, then we'll have a belief that maybe you are hiding something. I think Cummings and the ANC should be celebrated for that.
Do you think, Vendetta, before we leave you, don't pause yourself yet. Do you think the government through the LCC will address this appropriately in open investigation? We have not received anything from Alexandra Zoe yet, the chairperson. She have not responded yet. But do you think the government through LCC will accept this letter and open an investigation?
I think they took oath to serve the Liberian people and to discharge their responsibilities in line with their statutory responsibility. That is the LACC. They should hide nothing because they are under obligation. Mind you, we have the Freedom of Information Act. So any Liberian, forget about Cummings, even if I write, it should be the responsibility of Councillor Zoe to provide the requisite information. Remember, after the LACC, after she served in her position, there's another life to live. So the best they can do is to be authentic, to provide the requisite information to whoever that will be making that request. And I'm hoping and wishing that they apply, that responsibility to make sure they provide the requisite information Mr. Cummings is seeking. Stanton, we should not hide anything. You live in the States. You write anybody, they give you, in fact, this will help to promote good governance because when citizens have a reason to believe that the government is working for them, the LACC is accountable. There will be no room for speculation. But when I write and you refuse to give me information, you set the basis for speculation. And speculation brings assumption. Assumption bring about, character assassination. You are corrupt. You are a rogue. So the LACC should do the honorable thing to do what is right, to provide authentic information without fear or favor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, VP. Thank you, VP. Let me just put this up quickly. This is Mr. Adesanya Cummings. It's very clear. I'm going to come to you that you speak to this as well. Emmanuel George, your political leader. And while we're hearing again, maybe you would deny it, that the next letter that is coming up will be about Richard Cohen. It will be about Richard Cohen and all the allegations on Richard Cohen. And also talking about misappropriation of funds under Richard Cohen 55th. Now let's just be straight up. Mr. Cummings and ANC CC this letter to President Pro Tempore, Liberia Senate. Of course, all the senators should have a copy. The Speaker, House of Representatives, the GSC, PPCC, Ministry of Justice, the diplomatic community, civil society organization, and media institution. Talk to us. What you guys trying to achieve here, Emmanuel? What's the end game you guys trying to bring forth?
Stanton, on the 18th of May, 2026, Alexandra Zoe, the chairperson of the anti-corruption, at 5:04 a.m., plays a flyer on her Facebook page where she requested that every Liberian should report corruption or something that seems to be corruption for investigation. The Alternative National Congress decided to respect and honor the chair of the LACC. And in that light, we decided to highlight an issue that have been in the realm of public speculation for over a year now, or more than a year. We believe as a political entity that talking is good, talking is great, but action is better. So we decided going forward, we're going to be taking serious actions. And the first actions that we decided to take as a political party, led by the leadership of Mr. Alexander Benedict Cummings, and supported by the executive committee of the party. That letter was signed by the chairman of the party, the Councilor Gu. We decided to take a first step by asking the LACC that there is a project in Foya Lofa County, a shredder in mystery and secrecy, a project where the president of the Republic of Liberia said he had no idea how that project came into being, a project where the current Minister of State during his confirmation hearing said he had no idea about that project, a project where the Minister of Defense had no idea about, the project where the National Security Agency had no idea about, that it was important that this kind of project in the home of the President of the Republic of Liberia be investigated. And we have asked the LACC to kindly do us a favor, to kindly investigate this project and bring all the rumor in this country to an end. So we're doing what we should do as a political party, and we are excited that we have done this. We are excited we have taken this first step, and this is our prayer that won't be the first step of our party. We need to take more steps. We need to go to the code of law.
That's really right there, because we made this the first. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. We make this our first conversation because we know about this project. We know exactly how it started. But let's listen to President Bouakai. What actually he said concerning this project. I'm giving you guys a chance because some of you were absent yesterday, and some of our folks out there that Mr. Cummings, Alexander Benedict Cummings, the ANC political leader, is charging a new path. That Mr. Cummings now, maybe he's just waking up to know that somebody got to, engage other people out there. That Mr. Cummings now complaining and saying, hey, I will not sit here and wait that these things continue to happen. That Mr. Cummings now saying, I will not only speak to Liberians, I'm going to involve the international community. What can President Boyka tell us about a project worth $6.5 or $10 billion? Who is saying the truth? Were it done legally? PPCC, can we know where the money came from? But then listen to President Boyka. And then we ask ourselves, what say you, my fellow Liberian? I want us to open the line and ask the Liberian people, is this a new Cummings? Is this a new Cummings? Is this a new Cummings that will actually inspire people on the fight against the misplaced behavior within the government, the massive corruption within the government, that he cares less whether you elect him or you don't elect him, he will speak as a Liberian. And this too shall happen. But this is President Boyka though, telling the Liberian people how he get to know and what did he do. Listen to the president, Jose Yuma Boyka.
So, FOIA project is intended to be a hub for peacemaking in the sub-region. Mada Bio can drive through to FOIA. The President of Guinea can come to FOIA. Even if Cote d'Ivoire will be the only country that will fly. So the project there is an international project intended to prepare FOIA as a place where we resolve these crises and making them very private by the president, people meeting there, international meetings will take place there. It's not a Joseph Boyka project. In fact, it started without me knowing, because probably they knew that I would have presented it. So it is not a private project. It's a peace building place. It's a place where the sub-region can meet. Heads of state can come there in privacy, meet to discuss regional problems. No matter what we do internationally, first and foremost, we must be able to take care of this sub-region, the Mano River Union. That's the project there. You go there, there's nothing there in my name.
So who's building it? So who's building that project? Is it funded by Liberia exclusively?
It's going to be funded under the Mano River. That means Guinea, Sierra Leone, Cote d'Ivoire will contribute to it.
But it's on already.
It's on. It's been funded.
Why didn't they tell you about the project? Why didn't they make it so?
Well, you know me, they know very well I would have resented initially because I don't want anything done there. And so they wanted to make sure. But they got, you won't hide it from me. But it's not a private project, it's a national.
So a lot of information, and naysayers will say their own. But if you check up, let me come to you, my brother, though. Line by line, let's go into what the president say, and let's just go according to Kwame's own belief, the reason why he wrote the LDCC. Check up. Listen to President Boyka. You did.
Yes.
The president saying he wasn't so sure as to what he was trying to say concerning this project. Project that we said worth $10 million if you include infrastructure and furniture and everything else. And, you understand that it went high. The person that received the project without PPCC, it went high. The construction and everything, where the money came from. The people said Mano River funded. Check out. We reached out to Mano River to say we know about that project. I thought we saw some kind of agreement, MOU, something that, yeah, Mano River will come in, they got to meet Sierra Leone, Guinea, Ivory Coast, Liberia, because they have included Ivory Coast, that they want to meet somewhere and discuss on this project. The people said they don't know. President Boyka just gifted them a $10 million project. That's a gift. But let's talk, Jacob. What say you? This is powerful. I'm hearing from ECOWAS community and other part of the world that this is so powerful. One of the best things I've ever done in his lifetime. to request a full investigation in this. Let's hear you, Jacob.
It is quite obvious to me that the entire FOIA project is buried in secrecy and is a very, very shady project. It lacks transparency. Now, even if I can jump to conclusion and charge anyone for corruption, but I can 100% say that the entire project and all the activity associated with it lacks transparency. And the line between the lack of transparency and corruption is very, very thin. It's very, very thin. So when we don't have transparency, when we don't have full disclosure, when we don't have openness or a massive, gigantic project of such nature, the road to corruption is very, very short. So I think the government failed quite miserably on that. In the last 2.5 years, this is the government's greatest obstacle so far in terms of their record on open governance and transparency. How does a massive project worth about $10 million, you say $6 million, others say $10 million, falls from the clear blue sky? We have no PPCC. Even if you say other minor river union countries contributed, let me hold that argument suspended for a second. But even the Liberian contribution to the project needed to pass certain transparency rules. If we're committing national resources to that project, let's say that 2 million, let's say that 3 million as a country, was it captured in the national budget? The budget is a law. Was it paid for by SOEs? If it was, what are the regulations? What is the PPCC? We have transparency and governance regulation for expending government resources. None of that is available, and we have no degree of openness and no information as to how this project is going on. So I think Mr. Cummings did a fantastic job. We all have been doing that, but I think he added structure to the grievances to challenge the LACC to probe into this matter. And I think the credibility of the LACC is on the line, it's on the chopping block here. We need to take action. We need to investigate, because the executive and the executive marshal have failed to be very open and transparent in the matter, and therefore we need to use the law to press them hard to be open and to explain to the Liberian people all the details surrounding the financing of this project. If we're using public resources, the Liberian people deserve the right to know and to see transparently how such a project is going up in FOIA. And the president has to do that.
Jacob, thank you very much. I'll bring my brother Conor Gray. Conor Gray, let's hear you, sir.
Stanton, you know, when we say political party, people should not just look at their role as just to go to election and win. They should have a very robust, intelligent sector of any organization. Here in the States, the ACLU, the American Civil Liberty Union, is one of the main sources of information. They dig deep, not just to speculate on the surface and come up with conjectures. You should go beyond when you say investigation, when you ask for information. In other words, you have something to juxtapose or compare the two with. And if you don't have anything, you just speculate. The information you have to work with is the government has come out to say, well, this is a sub-regional project. It's meant to host emergency meetings and so on and so forth. You have to find out through your intelligent gamut beyond that. That's it. Otherwise, you're just gonna be spoof of speculation. And I'm seeing this. I don't think those people who are making allegation possess the wherewithal to go beyond what has been provided, because that's not what we do. We make noise out of something and we rely on our speculation and move forward with it. But what else beyond what the president has said can somebody counter with? Matter of fact, the project itself, we have not been able to go there and assess for ourselves the real worth. We are running with what one journalist said, or maybe the same speculative analysis we're making. Somebody says 10 million, some say 6, another one says below that. Why are they going to raise differently that is not already out in the public? you have to disprove that this is not a sub-regional project, or it was not meant for that. Otherwise, I just consider this another noise. If somebody has anything else to share with us, I would like to see it, and some of us will be able to analyze it for ourselves and avoid this speculation that we're up to. The president has said, and I go by what the president said, is a man with integrity, and I believe him, whatever he said. When he was not part of it, he said it, I'm not part of it, but this is why it's for. That's what.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Colonel Gray. Let me come to you, my brother Tamba, and we'll go to Fui. Tamba, let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. I didn't, get a chance to come in yesterday, but here's my take on the Lofakante project. I think, first of all, it is good that independent journalists should get out there and really get to the bottom of this information, misinformation, and information that's out there. Because again, opposition is alleging that this project is costing the government $10 million, whereas in the president press release, he mentioned something around $6.1 or $6.2 million. But here's my take. Liberia's history is replete, with the lack of transparency, with allegations of corruption, and sometimes outright corruption in government. We do not want to go back to the old days where we have a government that operates with the lack of transparency or in darkness. And this is where I think it is an opportunity. Whenever there are doubts and there's misinformation in public, it is on the government to come out, to clarify and provide information. The step taken by Alexander Cummings is a good step. We need a vibrant opposition in Liberia. And here's why I'm always in favor of having a vibrant opposition. When Ellen Johnson Sirleaf won the presidency in 2005, that's what we did. We rallied behind the CDC, and CDC became a strong voice and a credible opposition to the UP government at the time. And after 12 years, CDC got power, right? Because the people want to change. Having a strong opposition in a country is not necessarily a bad thing. It keeps the ruling party in check and ensures that they are doing the right things for the people who elected them. Well, here's an opportunity for us as a country. It could be GMB today. It could be our uncle today. But GMB, I understand, is a president and he has an institution around him. And this is where I understand that they try to put this on the previous chief of staff or minister of state, but the man is dead. He's gone. May so rest in peace. This is where, as president, when things like this come to light, heads need a role. Accountability has to be, established. You got to hold people accountable and set the pace and set the standards. I still trust that GMB has the integrity and the wherewithal to bring this country and move this country forward. But we need transparency in any government program or any government project so that the people can trust their government. And that's my position. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fubi, let's hear you, Fubi.
Yeah, like I asked Emmanuel yesterday, what do they hope to achieve from this whole exercise? I don't know the extent to which LACC going to delve into this investigation, but I wish them luck. Because there are a lot of other stuff. First thing, highlighting PPCC. If the project was started by private entities, they don't necessarily they didn't necessarily need to go through PPCC to start the project. So you can't tag PPCC to, you can't tag on the PPCC regulation. So, and also the government participation, the government have not made known her participation yet. The government also have not made clear that the MRU countries have participated, though they said they might participate. So if government have not given her contribution and MRU countries have not given their contributions, you can't do much about holding government accountable towards that. If government's about to do a contribution, then we'll have to see it through the budget. That is fair. We'll have to see it through the budget. That should be budgetary appropriation approved by the legislature. But if those things are not taking place yet, this investigation, they're going to, LCC will just take that document, review it, promise to go into it, but it will be limited on technical grounds. They will not delve into that investigation until further notice. But I wish them luck, and let's see how far it goes. Politically, also, I know we're all saying, "Oh, it's a good step." I know that one of my mentors in the political space is very young. He always said you shouldn't govern before being elected. I think this is the point. You're trying to govern before being elected, so you might not get there, because the political divide in the country. Librarians can share accountability, but librarians are not people that like accountability, and that's why you see they're always taking political side. When you have issues against their political side, they will all go on that side of the fence and denigrate you, and that's the country, and it's not going to change just now. So we look forward to it. But when you get elected, then you can implement all of those things that you want to do with ease. It will happen easily.
Thank you.
Putting the cart before the horse, you will not get it.
Thank you. And I really want to behave myself today. I really want to be I want to be such a professional today, and then when I go downstairs, I will eat my fried okra. Phoebe, why were you running to become a representative? And everything you were saying it before becoming a representative, or you were just saying it? Every bad thing you say, Mike Safoko was doing. You wasn't governing, you wasn't saying it, you just were saying it because to be elected. But again, I would try my best to be a very, very respectful, professional moderator tonight. I also would like to add, though, govern before you lead. I will leave that one with the people who we were talking to. The people who you were talking to. But this is what came through, right? From Alexandra Zoe, my sister. Trust me, I know Alexandra Zoe very well. She's my sister. When she posted this thing, I felt so good. Corruption steals from the future while pretending to serve the present. Consider Alexandra, Zoe. That's my sister. And based on that fact, Mr. Cummings wrote, the ANC wrote, I said, you asked us to report. And here we are reporting. Please look into our case. And Alexandra Zoe office accepted May 25th, 2026, time 10 a.m. Cell phone number, the person that accepted this letter. And I hope this is not about the Supreme Court again and say the wrong person accepted the letter. I hope this is the right person now, though. Because the letter that was sent from the Supreme Court went to the wrong person. And they're also representative. So I hope that this person accepted. They accepted the letter, the LDCC and everything. Jacob Dwyer. Somebody find Jacob Dwyer. He's the right person to receive the letter, right? He signed for it. He accepted it. Jacob Dwyer accepted the letter. So as far as we know, Jacob Dwyer worked for Alexandra Zoe, and LDCC have the document from ANC. But let me push a little bit. When we broke the news here, and I say have the document. But if you guys want it, you'll go check in the chat room. Let me play a little of what was said that day. If the FOIA project is completed, this is it. We have the document, ladies and gentlemen. We have the document. You see, Monsieur Group, cost of work estimate, construction of presidential villas and event hall. FOIA. FOIA City, FOIA District, Lofa County, Republic of Liberia, West Africa. When I said this yesterday, my brother that honors some investigation with Commerce Ministry, Banguria, was talking Tabata. Where he is today? Where's Banguria? We just can't talk. And here we are in possession of all. So when we say that 10 million, that 10 million. You can hear from President Boga your business. President Boga says he didn't know. So everything they got to put on paper, they tell President Boga that Vlad, they're lying. The thing is a little over 10 million. The people are ordering the furniture of the building and all from Dubai. We have the documents. So just in case you miss it, I will share in the chat room again and give it to your partners, give it to your friends. But these documents are very important. And I will send this to Alexander Zoe for her to see. Who gave $10 million to Motion Group? Let me bring in Kev Hassan because my little one is here just from school. Let me bring in Kev Hassan. Kefiko.
You said something, and let me say hi to everybody. Stanton said something that was, you know, he want to behave himself, and I want to say myself. I want to really behave myself today, because when you listen to some people, it just take out certain thing in me to say certain things. I pray God that I will just behave myself. If that 10 million or 6 million, that's the issue. The issue is where the money came from. That's the issue. We have no PPCC, no budget line, nothing. And Jacob said it right. The issue is that 6 million or that 10 million, the president said this. No, the issue is where the money came from. The president said, they didn't say anything to me. I don't know about it. But footage show, I was looking for it on my phone. Footage show that he was there at the groundbreaking. But he came out and said, I don't know anything about it. They're asking, he said, Manorovo, you know, paid their share, they were paid, they were responsible. But last year, sooner, he said, Liberian government will pay for the full amount of the project. I was looking for the tape because I know Ukore will play on the show. Last year, sooner. So when I hear people say, oh, maybe they're private, maybe they're this, it made me just want to hold myself and say, let me just control myself, because I just want you to say something and then it will make you just low bad. People will say, oh, you don't have respect for people, you don't have respect. But the Papa is saying two different things. He's speaking on both sides of his mouth. I don't know, but he was there on the groundbreaking. But I don't know. There are two that Manorovo Union say no. Some of us ask. They say they didn't do anything about it. 3, sooner, he said Liberian government will pay for it. He said a peace building. But few miles from that building, you know who there? The Guinean. You know what flag there? Guinea flag. What we talking about here? Just few miles away. If that thing for Manorovo Union, why people got to climb on the tree and hard to take picture of that place and send it to Isaac and Stanton and say, look at it. Would they ask? You know what is the first thing they say? Oh, the Pape Bailey University. That was the first thing. The Pape Bailey University is not nothing. That's cool. That's cool. Hey, Stanton, my brother, I will comport myself because it's something like that's scam. That's cool. You know, because sometimes, and you know, you cannot dress if you put lipstick on.
We gotta go. Thank you very much. We gotta go. We got a lot to talk about today. Kefiko, thank you. Let me bring in Acid Do. Let's hear you, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be talking about the confirmation hearing of Mr. Widow. We're going to talk about Americana now, according on Josiah Joker to our hearing. This is big. The House of Representatives summoned APM terminal and fees prices increasing. We're going to talk about the GMB and the cabinet meeting today. Hey, well, what about the LTMR fake lesson play they're giving the Liberian people? Fake stuff. Man, the country is in a bad shape, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining the show. Let's make progress. Let's move on. The LTMR giving us paper, cardboard paper. Not even playing. Carbon paper for lesson plate. Watch the video of this great Benedict and brought to Liberia. They call it MTNI. Benedict was part of that thing. He and Gregory Coma. Of disgrace. Of fake. No, you're trying your own. You're trying your own way. You're trying your own. This is spoon talk. Yeah, you're my friend, you're my brother. But there's a big disgrace. But anyway, we brought the government to power Benedict, so we can accept ourselves. I said, let's see you on the Cummings issue.
Well, Cummings raised a very important issue. Now, start to mute a little bit. Yeah.
I said, you got to talk about. Let me upload the thing quick. I know if I unmute, it's a problem, but please manage it.
All right. Yeah. No problem. So this is something we've been asking about. The entire country has been asking about. Kev just brought something to me. You know exactly. Start on the very first time you called the mansion to find out about that building. Start on, you were told it's a university. They said it was some regional university personal building. You were told by the mansion that it was a university. Later, the university went to some military place that was some top secret. Jeremy Pierre on 50/50 and other places say it was some top secret where nobody's supposed to see it, because as soon as you see it, the chemical will get in your eyes and then you won't see it again. Later, it went to some West regional Africa, something built by the 3 or 4 countries here in the South region, and then they left from there. It came to the government, but then nobody knows exactly where the President Boakai said he was refused. The thing is, President Boakai said it is a place where people will go and make peace, but then he was refused. They had it to him from the beginning. What kind of sense is that? So why would President Boakai refuse something that was meant for peace? That alone tells you that to lie is hard. And you know, we're now looking on the LACC. This government has always talked about corruption. We all know that that project was a corrupt, and it's a corrupt project. It is now left with the government to show us that indeed they want to fight corruption. We do things down to the president, and everyone else should be very transparent and telling people like we already know about it. You have people funding it. Nobody knows who's funding it. How did they come up to fund it? That's being funded by monies not approved by the national legislature. And I think it's a lot. So the issue is grave. And one thing I know for the fact that while we are looking on this government to make sure they are transparent, I do know once upon a time in the future, there will be people going to jail, there will be people investigated, there will be people arrested for that project. I know that one for a fact. But as of today, we look at the government. We want to be sure they are transparent and tell us exactly who gave them money, how did it come about. They can be using public money just anywhere they want to. One person gets up and just decide, like, let's build a boat station somewhere in Harper. Then they just go and carry 20 million that are being built. Nobody got an idea on it. I think it's bad. And the LACC now has everything on their shoulder to ensure that they are impartial and not running after opposition figures here and there. Of course, they are getting nothing, but that's where we are as a country.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Spoon Talk. It's good to have you. We're going to take your calls. We're going to take your question. Again, we are all in Zico. This is an embarrassment for this government. Say as you mean it. Listen, people can play game. My brother, they're on the show. I'm not going to call their name. You call their name, they all get fair. I ain't calling nobody's name. I will talk indirectly. The thing is, yeah, we believe President Boakai. Did President Boakai show you paper? Did the information minister show you paper? Who showed you the paper? They called the brother Roland Guinness of some kind of Guinness from Public Work. He said that undercover project, national security, you can't talk about it. They called Deputy Minister for Marcos and Parcos, Daniel Sano. He said that MRV project. They called the press secretary, my sister, the Anthony Kula Fufana. Oh yes, I love Kula Fufana, my sister. They called, she said she know. They called the other woman for football. Who telling the truth? They are here dancing kakaleka and saying that did the government show you project paper? Who paid the first money? Where the money came from? How much was contributed by Ivory Coast, Sierra Leone, and Guinea? Guinea taking your land. Then they will give you money to build project in Lofa. They see land Guinea taking. Then they will give you money to build project. How can you be so stupid? God forgive me. Guinea can't take your land. Then they will come and give you $10 million to build project. Does that make sense? Can the government answer? What was the treaty that was signed? I mean, why would you just lie like there's no way to tell the truth? And, I respect you, Tama. Sometimes I disagree with you, but I think you're on point tonight. The government got to be transparent. For some Mbaga say he didn't know, that he called for investigation? No. When we say you get a paper, we get a paper. You have me to go in the Bogron. You know what I call Bogron? In the trunk, the bottom of the trunk. The one cool people can call Bogron. I went there looking for the document in the Bogron. All of the document. Look at this thing. Cost of works estimates. Construction of presidential villas and event hall. For your city, for your district, Lofa County, Republic of Liberia West. Where the location at? Let me ask my brother Billy D that he know the direction for MapQuest. Billy D, is that southeast or southwest? Or is that between northeast down to northwest? Which one? Where the location, Billy D? Is that in the southeast part of Lofa? What I hear you?
No, that's probably northwest. It seems like northwest.
Northwest Lofa, we take ability. We don't know we yet anything you say. Northwest Lofa for that. Yes, man. Remember. They get into Monokomla, they get into Sulaboru, they get into Banga. Everywhere in Lofa, they get in for taking it. Then we get 10 million to build project. Imagine, what kind of sense are people talking about? The LeBron people stupid. Look at the people that are doing the project, Motion Group. You know who Motion Group? President Joseph Yima Bwaka nephew. Then the people will say, $10 million came for Liberia. The president saying, you know about it. So which one you know about? That person asked you. Look at the document. You guys were asking for a document. Well, the men are under investigation for commerce. Bagura. That's it. Let me behave myself. Because the document we got on the message, they didn't know about our commerce transaction. We got on the document. The man knew on the commerce transaction. We're sure that which one he didn't know. You were telling Liberian people. You know, when you come on the show, I dig. The man knew on the commerce document of the transaction, and then the message didn't know about it. So that make I explain. I will put exhibit A or you will explain. We'll put exhibit B or you will explain. You gotta know how his signature on some of the checks. How his signature got on some of the checks. Then the message pleaded the fifth. He doesn't know. But anyway, that's a story for another day. That my friend and brother. But that's it, my people. The government owe it to the Liberian people to tell the truth. If the president nephew can be given $10 billion, $10 million. And the president said he doesn't know. That's trouble time in our country. We are in serious trouble. $10 million walk from the budget, Gafwan. If it is Gafwan, SOE, Sekou Dukle. Who else? Sekou Dukle there, putting money around, $10 million for that project. They must be investigated. They must be investigated. Because if our country, my people, you told your own, I told my own, no hard feeling. I will be here myself tonight. Anybody want to close up? We got to go. I think we got to move on to the next topic. And then anybody want to say anything?
No, but see, okay. Let's go on this matter. What you want to do is speaking on the show.
Vanilla Patrick, let me speak. I'm sorry, VP, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chief. VP, I apologize. Go ahead.
I am the most senior recognized CEO on the platform. You are former CEO.
But when I came on, you were the first person talking, though. You were the first person talking.
Stop distorting the conversation.
No, you won't speak again, but you spoke.
No, I have not spoken on the issue.
You won't speak again, but you spoke. You spoke before you married.
VP, you were the first. You were the first.
Okay, so VP wait. Chief wait. I beg you, Chief. We're having 4 individuals saying that you spoke. So on that note, it is against you. We accept them. You spoke. We have 4 individuals saying you spoke.
No. I never.
Man, we don't have jury tempering. We really don't have jury tempering on the show.
Anybody who thought that person has intentionally and willfully
promise in the LACC. Don't think them.
No,
you spoke. You spoke. You
Okay.
spoke. Wait, man.
All right. VP, hold on. VP, hold on. My brother, hold on 1 minute, Chief Fugi. VP, hold on 1 minute. VP, hold on 1 minute. Guys, VP spoke on the comments letter. He didn't
Yeah,
speak
he did not
on
speak
the
on this
FOIA project.
He did not. He did
He
not.
spoke on the comments letter. No, but we gotta be fair with VP now. He gotta speak on the FOIA project. VP, we gave you 1
Why
minute.
the same run?
That's okay. That's
Burkina Faso has corrupted your mind. It's a shame and a disgrace. You need to come back home.
I mean, you don't want to disgrace. You know, small show, you can't tell the truth. Then you say, you corrupt. Or small show, you don't want to speak. That one topic, the people have not changed. That one people
all right, Fubi, as a lead moderator, I gave him VP 1 minute to speak. Additional 1 minute, please. VP, please go ahead.
I know. Chief, as a CEO, you can't give me 1 minute. You gotta give me 3 minutes. So, CEO, let me respectfully disagree with many of you tonight. You know, from the inception of this conversation, I was one of those that said the government has to behave like a goat or sheep. If you are using state resources to carry on projects that will benefit the country, there's no reason to hire. You want to be goat, be a goat. You want to be a sheep, be a sheep. And I also justify that I accept and welcome the idea for the construction of a security hub. In fact, I also propose that it should not just be in Lofa. I want to see a similar project in the Southeast. CEO, Liberia has been accused by Cote d'Ivoire many times that we train mercenaries here to go wage war in Cote d'Ivoire. You saw the case of the 13 Grenadiers. Guinea has accused Liberia of training mercenaries in this country to go wage war in Guinea. Not one time, not two times. As a refugee, I bear the consequence of these actions. The construction of this security hub in Lofa is in line with Liberia's position on the international scene. Remember, we are now on the Security Council. We have a seat. We have to prove beyond all reasonable doubt that Liberia is in a better position to protect the territorial integrity of this country and to promote peace in the sub-region. What I don't agree with is the contradictions from the Minister of Public Works and other agencies of government. Why should they be unwilling to say things? I take you to the NSA because this project, it borders on national security. The NSA Act of 1974 is specifically authorized the NSA to operate in secrecy in its operations and appropriation to protect national security.
It's not about confusing us here.
Of the NSA building in White Plain, Asedo is here, Kev Hassan is here. Let somebody show me a blueprint. They said on this platform, they said,
oh man, what did you gotta do with NSA again? The NSA building
no,
the building?
I will have to interrupt you guys. I have to leave. I have to move on. I will have to move on. VP. We tell him 1 second. VP, no. VP, listen, we gotta move on. I beg you only 1 minute, Chief. I beg you. Let me bring in. Yeah, VP, can you finish up? VP, can you finish up?
Yeah, I come in. Let me conclude. But if people distort the conversation, they have reason for me to go on. The construction of the NSA, and I'm challenging them. The Kev Hassan, the Asedo. When the construction was going on of the NSA building, I was in DC. We demanded a full disclosure. How
Oh man,
much
they
it
do all
costs?
around,
We
man.
want
We
to
had the pictures all around.
But I said stop doing this now, my man. Let me finish. I beg you, Chief. Go ahead, VP. Please finish
they
up.
quoted this thing more. They said disclosing it will promote espionage and physical attack on the building. I agree with them. Until we reform the 1974 Act that created the NSA, it is authorized to operate in secrecy. When was the last time we talked about the budget of the NSA?
Thank you very much, VP. VP, thank you very much.
In conclusion, my only disappointment is that the rescue missionaries, you want to be good, be a good. The project is good, but asking, oh, I don't know about it. I don't know about it. That is disingenuous. You are not communicating effectively to the public.
VP, thank you very much. And I think we agree with you, Vandana Patrick. The only thing I would clear for the sake of our audience, it's not an NSA project, the project in Lo-Fi. The project in Lo-Fi under no secrecy. The project in Lo-Fi, even spoken by the president, is MRU. He said it will contribute to it. The reason why the government is not transparent enough because that was a crooked student project, period. They believed that they were going to steal some money and put the project down and nobody was going to know, even if people knew they were going to cover up. Those people are corrupt and they should be investigated. And what actually is happening, the president have called himself under deregulation. The president should have opened a full investigation. People respect President Barker as a rescue president, but he dropping the ball. That when these things happen, he keep it on the hush-hush. But the Liberian people will demand transparency. They will demand fairness. They want to know exactly where that money came from. He said he didn't authorize. Who gave the authorization then? Who in his government authorized that project? This should be investigated. Building the project is good. You can build that 10 times in all the counties. But don't build it under the manner and form in which they store the money and they try to cover up. And these guys, they are millionaires. They are diverting funds. I will give you the secret before we bring our brother Councilor Gould. You know what happened at LRA? Every government minister's director, when they're importing the goods, their cars, their girlfriend cars, their boyfriend cars in the country, they don't pay duty. They're all running order of, I am the president, minister, the president said make it duty free. They get one letter that is circulating, they just stamping it from John Paul to Peter Brown, from Peter Brown to Mary Moses. They are all not paying and costing the government hundreds of millions of dollars. I will reveal the list. Because all of them running under the president say, make it duty free. So the government losing. The children importing cars, the boyfriends importing cars, the girlfriends importing cars, under the condition that President Barker say you must make it duty free. So Double Jara now, he's trembling, he's scared, they will fire him. What a disgrace. And the president is not opening an investigation. But today the president say, if anybody trouble, they must get approval from him. But that's why I say when you talk about that cabinet meeting, that thing was a nonsense. But let me bring you my brother Lafayette Gould. Brother Gould, welcome to the show. You've been a while, Councilor. But can you come in camera if you can hear us, Councilor Gould? Okay, look there, he's not hearing us. So Councilor Gould, you here to bluff or you here to talk? Ah, okay. The men are hearing all. All right. So let's go around. The councilor ready, he will come on. Let me come back to you, Emmanuel George. You heard a lot of stuff. Close us on this Cummings issue. Then we'll move from that to George.
Well, Stanton, there is a reason why we pass laws and put agency in place. For the LACC, the reason is to tackle corruption in our country. So I'm not skeptical about the future of Liberia. I'm very sure that Liberia is going to be a great country. I'm skeptical about leadership, but I trust that the leadership will do that which is right. So we all cannot put our hands up in despair, saying that nothing good will come out of Liberia. I've been on the face of the earth long enough, 54 good years. I have lived and worked in many different countries. I have seen countries change. Lagos State, the first time I went to Lagos State, there was no law and order. You could drive any part of the road you wanted to drive. Traffic will come to you in any direction in Lagos State. But go to Lagos State today, somebody decided that this nonsense must stop. And that nonsense stopped. I saw it in Ghana. You could wake up 3 o'clock in the morning in Ghana and people had feces on their head in buckets. Many of us are running to Ghana like I want to Mecca. Because someone decided that the nonsense must stop. And we at the ANC decided that we are going to write the LACC. And hopefully, the Director General or whatsoever title she has at the LACC that have received this letter will be gracious enough and professional enough to first of all respond to this letter since Monday and to open an investigation. Someone is saying on the show, oh, what the government money spent? Are you right now not questioning the fact that this same Muslim group, we discussed them the other day, they are the same group that are getting all the projects from the Ministry of Education? Something must stop. You pull rope will pull bush. So hopefully, we are very hopeful that the LACC will start that investigation. And as I said, it's not a threat to anybody. It's the fact we are Liberians. If someone decides that they are not going to start this investigation and answer the Liberian people, they will answer to somebody else. They will answer to somebody else very soon. We are no longer going to be we'll play the politics. You know, Mr. Cummings said in the interview with you, Stanton, that when they took him for that fingering case to the Temple of Justice, they thought that was a legal case. So we're there doing it legally until we realized that no, they didn't want a legal case, a political case also. So right now we've been talking in politics, but we take the action. And those who are responsible to follow up on the action we take, we look forward to you doing your work. Because if you don't do your work, we'll help you to do it. Thank you.
So I want to say thanks to the tribe with Brother Councilor again. Councilor, are you with us? Or your internet giving you problem? Councilor Gu? Councilor Gu, mic check 1, mic check 2. Councilor Gu? All right. So the councilor having some problem. We got to move on. He having some serious technical issue. The next thing on our plate, guys, I'd like to just go back and forth with, if you follow the show, talk about DeLong and the confirmation hearing today. If any of you watch this thing, I believe Mr. Weeder, he was in the hot seat, but he spoke on some other issue which was very, very interesting. And the question was very unique as well. Those questions, actually, we should discuss them. If you follow though, DeLong asked them key question. Let's see, I see the councilor say he's okay now. Are you okay now? We are not hearing you, Chief.
I'm okay.
All right, thank you. Yeah, we'll try to see if you can weigh in on the conversation at hand concerning Mr. Cummings' letter. They give you the chance if you think you want to do so. You have anything to add quickly before we move to the next topic?
Yeah, so thank you very much. It's been a while. Let me say good evening to all my colleagues. Well, I was looking at the functions of the commission as per the Act of 2022, and on part 5, section 5.2. or C, it says the commission has the power function to examine and investigate any information, matter, or report that indicates or raises suspicion about the conduct, action, or decisions of a public official or private person or organization in line of duty in the context of the definition of corruption. So any information or matter or report. So even you, where I know many times we have been discussing on the show, oh, FOIA, and nobody had taken the bold step to do a communication to make use of the law, to ask the hard question through the legal process.
until now that I see the ANC has done that. So it's a good thing for our public officials to be questioned and to account for the stewardship. So I welcome the communication, and I hope that the LCC, as it has the power to do, will investigate. And if there's nothing to hide, I think the government provided information, except that somebody has something to hide. But for me, I think that it's an open project, and whatever information that came about its funding, we know that it was scanty. There were a lot of differences, but later on, the president said in an annual message that the project was being funded by the government. So we take that as a policy statement that has been funded by the government based on the annual message. So let's see if there's any wrong, that was done in terms of awarding the contract or whatever the case. Let the LCC go into it, and let's be transparent. So I think I welcome the communication is in the right direction.
But the president also said the partners will contribute to the building of the project as well. The president also said he did it.
That's what I said. That was before. Finally, in the annual message or the SONA, the president says the government's funded project.
So which one we should run with?
The most recent.
But every state, he didn't delete the first statement though. He didn't say he spoke in context and made a mistake though. He just added. He just
the
added.
most recent. Yeah, so the most recent of the statement, which was officially said in the message, is in the Gazette, official Gazette.
No, every time the president speaks when he's alive, it's official. So
now,
there's no need to contrarize and say this is only official because it's the state of the nation address. What the president said also, except when he coming back to clarify and say, no, forget my ELBC statement. This is exactly what I meant.
So as far as for me as an individual, I take the last statement as the official and final statement about the FOIA project. And so since the government in the funded project now, I think that's why the ANC is now asking questions. Okay, since the government funded project, where's the money coming from? Who has the project? Those information, we all want to know it, instead of being on speculation.
It's good to have you, Councillor Good. Thank you very much for being part of the conversation. We're moving to the back and forth of DeLong. Let's say DeLong, when they had this guy that went for confirmation hearing, I'm surprised that the Lano folks not here because he said something today, and Fubia Oyeri, the man say if you get anything below 1.5%, you're not running again. Lano, Clarence Moruba, and Paul Kennedy, they have endorsed this guy, and they're happy with him. But the man say if you get anything below 1.5, you're not running again. It means that Clarence Moruba not running again. Because Clarence Moruba get 0.29 or 20, something in that context. So he cannot run as a party, Lano. So I know we will get there, but they don't ask for verbs. So good back and forth question and answer from DeLong. I don't know, at the last end, they don't say he's not running again. So we just enjoy DeLong in this last term because he asking some good question. Because he said he's not running again. I think he's coming back to his mojo. He firing again. But let's listen though. What say you? For me, I care less about this guy confirmation. For me, I would say it. You can bring Jack Rat to be the NEC chair. We just want the right thing to be done. And, the people are not afraid of him. If you try to cheat, the Liberian people will speak to you. It has happened before. So I don't care where he's from, who he is, but DeLong, I think he said something that was very important today, for this guy and DeLong. And look at DeLong wall face, DeLong got wall face on this one. So let's listen for the fee and we'll do a quick round on this.
But first, what's your knowledge of and position on contrasting between threshold for electoral constituency and apportioning electoral constituency? What's the various functions and role there?
Senator, my only guidance is the law. When the law says the legislature shall set a threshold and the commission can delimit constituency boundary and register voters therein. That's what the law says. That's what I believe in.
So threshold you mean by number?
It's a number. It's a quota that is set.
So the legislature sets the threshold.
Yeah.
And that threshold number is used by the election commission to determine where the constitution.
Yeah. It is that threshold that determines how many seats is in the county.
So if the legislature sets the threshold and sets the number of seats per county, you have courage to say no? Question.
I will remind the legislature about what the law says.
Let me repeat my question.
I will leave the politics aside because
no, that's not political question. That constitutional question. The function. If the legislature sets the threshold and then assign the seats per county, assigning seats per county is the role of the election commission. If the legislature sets the threshold and assign the seats, because assigning seats means they already apportioning. Do you have the courage to say no to the legislature? Question.
I will invite the legislature that is executing the law. It is not the legislature role to apportion seats. It is the legislature role under the law to set threshold. And the commission will limit constituency boundary and register voters therein. I have that courage.
Finally, until I come back, if it's necessary.
So there you have it. The back and forth here is very interesting. We got another clip that actually speaks to this different issue, and it was so interesting you want to hear it. But what say you? Let me come to my brother Billy D. Billy D, what say you? We are here talking about the new confirmation for, I think his name is Widow. Talk to us. What's your feeling like about this guy and the confirmation hearing today, if you follow?
Yeah, I follow it. I mean, I follow his nomination to begin with. I was troubled by the nomination, but obviously it's the president's prerogative to nominate who he deems fit to run the operations of the National Elections Commission or any entity within the country. I enjoyed the back and forth between the nominee and Senator Dillon. I think Senator Dillon is doing his due diligence. If I were advising the president, which I'm not, or part of the party leadership or the leadership within the government, I would have recommended that someone else be appointed to that position. There are a lot of issues around conflict of interest surrounding this nominee that I think that it would be best if the president were to remove himself from this nominee and not touch him with a 10-foot pole. There are several other people there that could probably do the work just as good, if not better. And that would just be my recommendation. But I enjoyed the fact that Senator Dillon is trying to hold him accountable and is trying to do his due diligence in the interest of the Liberian people. But I think a better nominee would probably be best for this position. Just it's not that I'm not saying that he's not qualified or he may not have the credentials, but it's just his nomination reeks with conflict of interest, Stanton. And I think the government would do best if it were to nominate somebody else.
Thank you very much, Billy D. Kev, what say you about this nomination?
Senator, Billy D is quite correct. You cannot appoint a partisan to that position. It's an independent position. That position was not made for a partisan. So putting a unity party man, somebody who called the election, the past election, on the first round and came out and said unity party won. Imagine what will happen in 2029. Stanton, the Unity Party putting this country on the track that it will lead to disaster. You see, we try in post-war, right? And the airline and government, even though 2011 there was a little, 2005 and 11 we have issues and this, but at least we try to make the country move to a different direction. We should not go back to 1985, what happened with the Jackson Doe and other thing election. This smell like 1985, this smell like the Jackson Doe scenario that they want to bring in 2029 by appointing a partisan to that position. So I agree with Billy D. He quite correct. The president, there's a lot of independent people, because what they sold this president to us as a fair, independent man who loved his nation. Anybody who loved Liberia would not put a partisan to that sensitive position. And I'm worried that what will happen in 2029, I am afraid for this country, because if the opposition win and get the tally sheet in the hand, this man looked at the man who capable of coming out and saying something else.
Thank you, Kev.
And I'm worried. I'm worried.
Two things. If I would take it away, Jacob Jada, real quick, help us. One, call him a partisan. Is a partisan appointment. Two, the awareness of Kev and many sedition that this guy will, manipulate the final result in favor of Unity Party. Let's talk about those two things.
Yes. So let me talk about the first one. So first of all, as far as I know, General Widow, in my opinion, is completely disqualified, in my opinion, to become National Elections Commission, Independent National Elections Commission boss. I mean, the day I saw a video footage of Mr. Wheeler working for the Unity Party in this going election, announcing elections results, working for the political party full scale, on that basis, for me, he's out of the question, in my opinion. And I don't know why Liberian presidents keep doing these kinds of things. Why do you put a publicly recognized sympathizer of your political cause or your partisan cause over the National Elections Commission, as if to say we are in drastic short supply of Liberians who can perform that role, at least with a modicum of neutrality or impartiality? So why do they do that? I mean, people worry about it doesn't matter who has it. Make sure you don't have to put somebody there who carry your partisan line over the Elections Commission. So for me, I don't see any kind of intelligence and wisdom behind appointing Mr. Wider as head of the Elections Commission. I would say that quite clearly. That's one. Number two, in terms of manipulating the outcome of the elections, I think we long past that. We're no more in the 90s. This is not Liberia 40, 41 years ago. No, we're in a new era. The information age, this country is open, people have access. Who's going to steal an elections? Yeah, who's going to rig an election or manipulate? No, you can't do that, because all political parties will have an opportunity. People have access to smartphone. We all know where all the polling stations are. I can build an infrastructure here. We've seen it before. Amaranth did it. In 2 hours, we all will know who win an elections. Spoon will come here. There will be exit polls. People will come here and will know the outcome of an elections. The only thing anyone can do, except you go like we saw in the 80s and say, okay, despite a free, fair, and transparent, despite knowing the outcome of the election, but since I'm an incumbent, I impose myself on the country. That one a different thing. But in terms of knowing the outcome of the elections, the votes across this country, I don't think anybody can go and manipulate that. And every year, 2000, I will say this, so I'll keep quiet now. 2005, it looked increasingly difficult to steal an election. 2011, it became increasingly more difficult to steal an election in Liberia, right? Because technology, everything grew. 2011. 2017, the impossibility grew. 2023, it became even way more impossible to win an election. 2029, the impossibility will go through the roof. So somebody who said some people like, who told you that maybe the CDC or some people in the CDC may not have thought about say, okay, maybe let's try to steal the election or so and that. But it was impossible. In 2029, it will be impossible unless somebody turn themselves into a dictator and say, despite the outcome of the election, I impose myself on the Liberian people. But frankly speaking, I think Mr. Widow was a terrible choice, was a terrible decision. And again, the Liberian Senate, do they have the courage, the clarity, and the ball to reject this man? They should reject him. I really we saw in the Wambudiki case, it was rejected. This guy should be rejected. But with the legislature, the Senate rise to the occasion, no, they will betray the public trust again, and they will fail spectacularly to reject this man. Because the legislature is so weak.
Gentlemen, can I get 10 seconds?
Of the executive.
No, let me allow the others to speak. We got 5 gentlemen here that have not spoken. I want to bring in Colonel Ed Remy Gray, my brother Lafayette Gu, Chief Fubi Heron, as you do, and Vendetta Patrick. We'll come back to you, Emmanuel George. This is a very serious conversation, and guys, welcome to Spoon Talk. Colonel Gray.
You know, the conversation I heard from my brother Jacob is like, it's I hate to use one word, tautological. You speak on one side and you counter yourself. You're saying that the system is inherently solid. There could be no irregularities because the system is built, and in fact there's improvement. Yet you say an individual, which is the right of the president to appoint, when that individual goes there, you have no history of that individual rigging an election before, either on his own. But the right to appoint is the president's. President Weah in his last, in his tenure, wanted to bring a Nigerian, Wamudiki. Well, so be it. His citizenship.
Wamudiki is not a Nigerian, so that's not correct.
My brother, let me talk. He wanted to bring a Nigerian. It was proven that he was not a Liberian citizen. That's why it was rejected. And in fact, that's why it was not, it was debarred at some point until he could prove his Liberian citizenship. So if you have any other citizenship to give him then you should have gone there to refute that. But let me say this, regardless who you put there, people will complain. The thing is, strengthen the system, as Jacob rightly said, so that, because you cannot rob a Liberian citizen who meets the qualification to head. So you want to tell me if President Bellete were to come in power and appoint a Jacob Jalla, that's the most outrageous thing he would have done in his entire presidency. I mean, to think that way is because we're not in our corridor right now. So we're hoping to get there. When we get there tomorrow, then we'll change the rule. Always think about you being in our capacity in the future before you make a outlandish statement to say that's the worst thing that happened. Widow has got no history of rigging anything. He's a man with integrity. For you to come out and say he will rig an election when the system is already built against irregularity. Look, if anybody would have done anything funny, it would have been the last administration. They struggle. They can't make it. You know, because the system is much improved, and that's why we should be driving towards. But the right to appoint is the president. And unless you tell me that the guy has a history,
because it's going to be 11. Thank you very much, Colonel Gray. I think your points were taken. Let me bring in my brother, Councilor Gu. Councilor Gu, what say you on this?
Yeah, so I just like to make the distinction between the Wambudike case and this one. You know, the case of Wambudike, besides the issue of the citizenship coming in, there were just, I mean, there's so many scanty information. Wambudike alone presented information that indicated he had four different birth dates. And each of those birth dates did not qualify him then to have even applied for Liberian citizenship in 1982. So you're way below, you're below the threshold, the age required. So those were some of the reasons. But he had already gone around. He had worked as a Liberian citizen. He had gone to the law school as a Liberian citizen. He worked with the UN as a Liberian citizen. He was known to be a Liberian citizen until that period now when all of this information came. When did you become a citizen of Liberia? Then the whole Pandora box open. In the case of Mr. Widow, yeah, you know, sometimes we can have this resentment, right? About we have this fear about people, our closeness, the alignment to political parties before they've been appointed to Elections Commission. But again, you know, we all have this. I mean, it's we all fear. But then we'll talk when we say we fear that, then we'll still think again about the system and about the way things are improving in the country. Why is even more difficult for somebody to think about rigging elections. I know when what the woman, the former elect chair, when she was appointed as chairperson, a lot of things said about her closeness with the then president, and the government now in opposition raised a lot of issues. And you know, about her, at the end of the day, she went to had elections. She came up with the results. There was no tampering, and the government now is in power. So yes, there will always be fear, but one thing we can understand is that we have a democracy to keep, and I'm not too sure anyone now looking at where we are. They have the children here. Most of them have the children here, the relatives here. We want to do anything, you know, so much that will tamper with the democracy, that will lead us into chaos. So yes, we can have that resentment, but we gotta still believe in the process. You know, that one man cannot change an election result. It has to be, you know, a lot of other factors to be taken into play. So for me, we all had the issue, but now that he's before the Senate, another thing, we talk a lot. How many of us have written a communication to the Senate? The man was there today for confirmation hearing. How many persons have laid out all of the issues that we have against this particular nominee and presented it before the Senate, the public hearing, and went there and made a case? So sometimes we just talk, you know, a lot, you know, we express our feeling, but when it comes to the point where we're supposed to take the right action, we don't do it.
Thank you very much, Councilor Gould. Thank you. Let me bring in Chief Fubi. Fubi?
Yeah, you know, gonna make a new commissioner. So the president, you know, I don't understand my man Kefiko. So going back to the dark days. So, well, look, we don't serve at NEC before. He left the system. He opened a private consultancy firm. Unity Party thought it wise to hire a firm to work. He did a piece of job. After election, he's nominated to serve as NEC chairman, and people say he's partisan. So you expected a man, because he served as NEC before, he should sit down. He was sitting down waiting, and there was a future plan I projected and said, look, you're going to be the next NEC chairman. So who knew that Widow were going to be the next NEC chairman, that was waiting on his face so that he couldn't live a normal life, he couldn't take consultancy with any party to continue his life? The man had to play a role. So does that disqualify him as a Liberian to be nominated by the president to serve? No. Any one of us can get into private life and run consultancy and work for anybody. That does not tie you to the party. The party hire you as a consultant. And so it's fair that the questions that Dylan asked were all fair questions. And this, like Councilor Gould said it right. When the whole the woman, the director of Lasana, and a whole crew were nominated to serve, there was a whole big noise. Oh, they appoint Flossie as a solution. They appoint the other Josephine, they are a solution. The director Brown Lasana, she loved to Jawia to rig the election. All the kind of things were being stated. But we and Bwaga went to election, and we are conceded because he didn't win. When even partisans were angry with him, he didn't even let them know that he conceded, because the process was challenging. They did all kind of things to manipulate the process, but it didn't work. You know, so we gotta give Widow the benefit of the doubt to go there and play a role. You know, They will not take anybody. Nobody going to drive from heaven to be no chairman. They will pick from among Liberians, and every Liberian has a political side, whether you express it or you don't express it.
Thank you very much, Harris. Thank you very much, Isaac. Do we have you here, Isaac? Are you on? You looking? Are you okay? You looking in the city, man?
Because I'm not people talking things that making me looking the city to ask questions. You know, people talking different things, other people saying different things. First off, I listened to Jacob Jala, Kev Hassan. I didn't hear any of them questioning President Boakar's constitutional right to appoint next chair. I didn't hear them questioning that at all. I don't know where people are taking that from. They are only talking about bringing someone that comes at least with the appearance of neutrality so that just can be into the system. They didn't say don't appoint nobody or you don't have the right to appoint someone. They say appoint somebody that is not out there that people don't know to be this hyper-partisan kind of a person. You coming to explain to people, oh, they may hire a consultancy, then the time they hire him, you are consultant. How will you feel if the CDC comes to power and appoint Mobile Molu as the next chairman, the next person? Mobile Molu is not in the CDC, right? How will you feel? Sometimes we bring these things down to the way we can understand it. That's what I was looking in the cylinder, trying to look there. Maybe I will find something from heaven there because I wasn't understanding anything people were saying here. Because it didn't even go in line with any of the talking points at all. But like Jacob said, I personally think President Boakai should not be appointing his partisans, people that everyone saw live, fresh on the minds of people, talking about giving announcement before the official announcement. Giving announcement. So 2029, will we not stop anybody from giving announcement? He was giving announcement before next give announcement. Will he then stop anyone? But here's the bottom line. The next person to win majority vote will be the person of this country. The next person that will win majority vote will be the person of this country. Who knows? Heaven can open sometime, Holy Spirit can come down. But there is no human being live on this earth that can tamper with election. It's not going to happen. 2029 is not going to happen. This country, peace is in the hands of United Party. We all will tear our own leader, President Weah, that he does not own any peace. The United Party owns the peace now. And there will be absolutely no single tempo of election. I go around sometimes, I see my friend United Party talking, if we won't win the election, we will not give it. I can just laugh. I say, this guy, is everything okay? Because no one is going to do that. The winner of the election will be the next president of this country. And we know that person. We know who the 27th president is. It's no one else but George Weah. Weah can go to Lofa, he can go to Kissy Bush, he can go to President Baker's house and eat and come by and cause noise. He got one thing to do to announce President Weah as the president. Nothing else to do. He too. The guy who the truth of the matter, let me just end, please. The truth of the matter is, in as much as we believe a president should not be appointing people like Weah, who showed everything to be partisan, coming from Lofa, Kissime, Ready Tape, and all those things, we still do believe that George Weah is the 27th president. Because there is nothing Weah can do, nothing, unless we're in his spirit. But once he's a human being flesh, no, he can't do anything.
Thank you very much, Asido. Thank you. Let me bring in my brother Vendetta Patrick. VP.
So see, sometimes we have to put law for countries over party sentiments. I had a time today after class. I drove to the Capitol building and I attended a confirmation hearing of the National Election Commission Chairperson Designate, Jonathan Weah. I was there for 30 minutes, and I want to commend members of the Liberian Senate for their authenticity, robustness, and in fact, members of the rescue mission. Some questions they asked, I didn't expect that. They put him under a political microscope to dissect every element of fraud. He responded, what I observe about next chairpersons, permit me, this is not a demeaning thing. He doesn't appear to be intimidated. I look at his facial expression, his responses, his robustness. I think I can say clearly that if UP lost 2029, he will announce the result, like how he was responding to the questions today. If CDC lost in 2029, he will do the same. Let us start speculating. CEO, Madam Josephine Kouge, contested on the ticket of the CDC prior to her appointment on the board of commissioners of NEC by President Weah. The leg of Asezo and Kef Hassan ain't say anything. One of the requirements is that if you are appointed to serve as a commissioner to NEC, you have to denounce all political affiliations. And she did that. They were there when CDC lost. Cherun Kokoya, he contested on the ticket of the Unity Party. In Bonkante, he lost. But guess what? He presided over the election that brought CDC to power in 2017. Let me tell you, it is not possible to steal election with the introduction of technology. It's not possible. No way. In fact, one of the questions they asking today, I forget about a senator, and he said, he said they were going to create a condition where political parties will have representatives. I think it has been in existence. And this is how they have inter-party political affairs. NEC is not going to be governed by angels. Political parties will have representatives at NEC. So anything that goes on in NEC, everybody will know that. My former classmate, David Eto.
Thank you very much.
She was appointed. I come in, let me conclude on this. She was appointed. Usually when you are appointed by the president, the maxim that say you work at the will and pleasure of the president, people expected that George Weah, former President George Weah, won the election. Because the individuals he appointed to serve as NEC chair, she was the same person that announced that President Weah lost the election.
Thank you very much, Brother Patrick. Let me thank you, VP. We do appreciate it.
And
thank
start
you.
Stigmatizing people because people in the past.
Thank you, VP. Tamba, let's hear you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. Finally, even the followers are thinking, so when is Tamba going to speak? But I've always, like to have the chance to contribute here. VP, give me a chance here. Let me contribute a little bit. So first of all, I follow some of the deliberation and the hearing today, the confirmation hearing of Mr. Jonathan Wieder. Is he a lawyer, by the way? I need to look him up. But for me, it's let's talk about Liberia first. Let's set the context here. Liberia is a highly tribal, regional, and partisan-based society. Whether you want it or not, whether you want to be truthful or not. And the examples have already been set on the precedent have been set by previous president, appointing people from their own support group. So no Liberian should be denied an opportunity because they come from a certain region or because they supported this party in previous elections. That's one. The second thing I'm going to talk about is consider Mr. Jonathan Wider's own qualification. Is he qualified to do this job? And I think that's the society we should be promoting. A competence-based society where people are not judged based on their physique or their tribe or the glasses they are wearing or, the region they come from or the party they supported in the past election. They should be judged based on their competence, their integrity, and whether they can do this job. Third, the Senate has confirmation powers. And CDC, the opposition, has a critical mass of senators in there. If they feel that Mr. Wheeler is not qualified and cannot do this job, he's going to be partisan, then they should vote him down. But I believe that he should be given a chance to prove himself. And then finally, I'm going to talk about the system. Look, we've come from war for the last, since 2003, 2005, let's say almost 20 years. We have had elections since 2005, successive presidential, legislative elections. We have the credentials as a country that we have had successive elections, no matter how competitive and contested they were. And that proves that our system works. It may not be perfect. That proves that Mr. Wheeler himself cannot declare Joseph Boakai president in 2029 or another candidate president. The system works, and we hope that it can be perfected. And that's what we count on. That's the society we want. So the opposition, in conclusion, as VP like to say, the opposition, stop crying wolf so early. If I was in the opposition today and I want to contest in 2029, I will start organizing, right? And I know ANC is trying to agitate, but agitation alone is not going to get you the support you need, because this president is doing things differently.
Thank you.
Organize.
Thank you.
Get ready.
Let me say this. Thank you. Thanks to all of you. I think there's a few takeaways before we move to the next topic. You have not spoken, Emmanuel. I'm coming to you. And I hope we consider this takeaway because it's very important to this confirmation hearing. Emmanuel George, let's hear you, sir.
I think we are going to shoot the takeaway. Look, that was done bad in the past or wrong in the past does not stop us from making it better in the future. Yeah, I agree with some of the statement. President Sirleaf did it. When we were in the CPP, we were concerned about Tapla Reeves that ran on the CDC ticket, I think in Grand Gita County. We're concerned about Josephine Corgay, who was alleged she may have a romantic relationship with a senior senator that associated with the CDC, and it was allegation. We're concerned. We're concerned about Mr. Flor saying that he was with the CDC, he was a data analyst, and he would be in the data room. It was also an allegation. So we're concerned about those, and those allegations will flow in the public sphere of these people, and they were nominated as commissions. So we all have been concerned. It doesn't mean that President Boakai should do the same thing that others have done. For me, I said no. The president could have taken the moral high ground and elected someone who was not as close to the political the political machines of the Unity Party during the last elections. That would have been a semblance of hope based on the high regards that most Liberians have for President Boakai. Unfortunately, the president did not do that. I'm not going to come here and beat on Mr. Wheeler's credential. He has a very great credential. He served the National Election Commission for 16 years, and he rose to be acting chairperson of that commission. So he knows the building inside out, and the people who work in the building knows him too. So I'm not going to say that he has that challenge for qualification. The challenge I think we are speaking to is his neutrality. But like everyone else, the same way how we in the opposition, just in case, hopefully, just in case he's confirmed, the same way how the opposition was able to unite and work towards having an elections that have brought President Boakai, despite all the odds that we enumerated when the commissioners were presented a couple of years ago. We should be able to start. We should start mobilizing and getting ready for whatsoever will happen. But this is a litmus test. Next year, President Boakai will be nominating 6 other members of the commission. The time is coming to an end. And hopefully the president at that time will take the moral high ground, and he will look for people who are not deeply entrenched in partisan politics to support the National Election Commission. Thank you.
You say he will be nominating 6 additional members?
Yes, I think the tenure of the members come to an end next year. So there are 7.
I don't think all of them. I think he should nominate, bring in additional prior to 2029 election. I don't think all of them next year. But anyway, I think, let me say my own piece, you know, and this is when I disagree with some opposition folks. Guys, you can bring in Mr. Cummings. He will bring somebody that connected to him and his party. You brought in Joe Weah. Joe Weah brought David Eto Bryan and the rest of them. You brought Madam Sadif in. Madam Sadif brought somebody of interest. You bring back Joe Weah. Joe Weah will put somebody from CDC. Should be anybody of neutrality in Liberia. I mean, why should we just sit down and just cause noise and waste our time on the issue about the men from Unity Party, the men, listen, maybe there may be other reason why those senators will not vote for him. Like some of the questions they don't ask him. Beating on the fundamental questions. They don't ask the man say, I resigned from the party a long time. Where your paper? He say, I can't find the paper, but I resigned. He's on record. Where your paper? The man said the dog ate the paper. The paper has some chicken wing on it. Then I hear my CDC friend saying that, oh, the men that partisan men, the men from this. So what? Joseph Boaga don't bring that man. Joseph Boaga will bring Joseph Boaga Jr. Joseph Boaga Jr. He can. Joseph Boaga will bring Katuma Boaga. In that Katuma Boaga, Joseph Boaga will go right to Foya and Bapolu. By the way, they see the man from Bapolu. Somebody Joseph Boaga will bring that. No, Joseph Boaga sent 30 years ago. You know the Papa Lam Dave. Oh, he know everybody in Liberia. Everybody connected to him. Even if Joseph Boaga brings sedition, it was oh, the man brought sedition. We satisfied. Celebrate what CDC will say. So the moment let leave it to alone. Joseph Boaga will bring somebody that Joseph Boaga will bring, but he left with those senators now, right? To hold the man on the constitutional value of the National Election Commission. It left for the senator to hold the man on ethical issues. But don't hold him because he's a Liberian, but he somehow said these few things when he was supporting Unity Party and he said these things. You see, that one level of the team. The thing the man say, he won't come. I finished putting it there. They had him to bring it LTMI. Let's try this.
They swept the district of Zozo, they swept the district of Bonyama, and swept the district of Kolahu. The only contest is in Foya, the flag bearer room, where the difference is about 3,000 difference between the both parties. That is it. In Bon County, which is another populated county, UP and CDC are at the top, neck to neck. It is assumed that at the end of the day, when all the districts are clear and the precincts are reported, UP will have a slight lead, according to the statistics we have. In the county of Bassa, UP and CDC are at the top in Grand Bassa. And in the county of Bomi, UP won a clear victory of more than 80% of the vote. In Cape Mount was the same. In the western county of Bapolo, UP has a clear lead, a comfortable lead in Bapolo. That is it. With more than 90% of the record of count, the 5,890 record of count across all the centers in Liberia available, 90% of it with the UP Alliance. It is clear that the UP Alliance will win a one-round victory. That's the statistics we have.
So on the overall, sir, my name is Prince. I will put for Focus on Liberia TV on the States and Prom FM in Liberia. On the overall, how many counties currently you won as per what is provided to you?
They won Maserati. UP won Maserati.
One.
They won Limba. They won Magibi. They won Lofa. They won Cape Mount. They won Bomi. 6. And they are winning Bapolo clearly.
So 7 candidates out of 15.
Yeah.
Does that mean you could win 150 out of 15? You got 7 already?
Out of 7. And we are neck to neck in Bomi. UP and CDC are neck to neck in Bomi and Grand Bassa. Yeah.
In Bon.
In Bassa.
You earlier on say you won Nimba.
You won Nimba. Decisively. More than 75% of the vote.
You won Lofa. So that makes it 8.
Yeah.
Then Lofa makes it 9.
Yeah.
So I also like
and
to.
in terms of population,
yes.
we are the most populated country.
Yes, that is.
In terms of population, I mean, we have counted that got 34,000.
What about Monserrado? How are you studying Monserrado?
Monserrado comfortable 13 districts out of the 17.
Makes it 10.
Yeah.
So we got 5 more to go.
So.
All right. So I also like with
most of the counties we are talking about where the CDC has an advantage is the southeastern counties.
So I would say this, right? If he followed then the election, I think he wasn't in error. Our report was very clear as per the 2023 election. And his position then, he was working for Unity Party. So what's wrong with that? At the end of the day, Unity Party won the election. When we were reporting the same thing, Spoon Network, along with Amara Kone, Kev Hassan and other people were drinking juice at Boulevard Party Hotel and saying our results were wrong. When we were reporting the same thing, Kev Hassan, they were enjoying themselves on private jet. Dancing cultural no blood. Somebody sent me that video. Zugu Zugu, yeah. Zugu Zugu, yeah. They were dancing while we were working in the back. I'm not going to buy more Jonathan Widow today.
They were saying we are licking.
We are licking. Yeah, can somebody send me that video? So my issue here is nobody can steal election in Liberia, my people. But if you are caught sleeping and you're not washing your body, it may go swear. You can't blame anybody for that one. Can you agree? I would not go to the election booth and you expect me to wash my opposition ballot. No. Before Grand Holiday, we're lucky. So what happened here is that a lot of stuff happened in 2023 election. Man can talk all. But you cannot condemn a Liberian man that possessed the qualification, served in that place for 16 years, and say, I think because he's from Bapuru, I think because he's from Lofa, I think because he related to Joseph Yima Bwaka, so he shouldn't serve in that capacity. I trust DeLong. I trust Amara Kone. I trust Edwin Snow. I trust you have 11 opposition lawmakers as senator. 11 of them. 11 of them. They are part of the confirmation hearing. So they were sitting out there for the hair. Let them negotiate and say they want a man. But I can guarantee you though, those opposition senators will confirm him. So all the things you kept talking here that I want you, that fear, everything you're asking to look in the city, he's thinking, those guys will confirm him. I can guarantee you, Maggie when I say no. I can guarantee you, Betrawo will never say no. I can tell you right now, Abache of Daha Sedition, he will not say no. He will not say no. Tell anybody what Abache will say no. They will confirm him. So let's stop the yama, man. The man got to be confirmed. We got to try the man. The man will not regulation. But I would say to the opposition party, don't be caught sleeping on your vote. You'll be having a bad dream. Because you are caught sleeping on your vote, it will go swear. Pay the voter registration, pay your voter poll washer, pay your voter team, stay there, monitor your vote, encourage people to vote. There will be nobody wrecking election in Liberia. It will never happen. So you leave Jonathan Widow alone. But I like what they don't say. They don't hold the man. Let me play this real quick.
On presidential ballot, and did not get more than 1 or some more percentage of the vote, should not be allowed to contest again. Am I looking at our law correctly? So why has will the election commission honor you? Should we confirm you? Will you uphold that law? Question.
To the fullest.
I didn't get you.
We will all hold that law to the fullest, if I'm confirmed.
That nobody who participated in presidential election and did not get more than 1.5% of the vote will be allowed to contest again on presidential ballot.
Yeah, limitation of candidate being consistent with law. I will support that fully.
You on the record.
Thank you.
What are you going to do about trucking?
So, I mean, it's like they don't should be the one having all this election hearing, a confirmation hearing, because they're not asking those questions.
No, but CEO,
okay,
CEO,
No, I'm begging you. Let play the Bible. Let trucking business. Chief. I'm begging you. I mean,
call and send it to me. I don't have it, Chief.
Please.
The one that the producer giving away I playing. I don't call this in. Call it and send it to me, boss friend.
Oh man,
Yeah. So let me say this quickly to all of you out there. Leave Jonathan Widow alone. And I know Emmanuel George will get very with me, and my CDC brother then will get very with me. He's a Liberian. He's qualified for the position. We have tried David Brown Lasana. She proved the Liberian people that she was capable and transparent, and she delivered for the Liberian people. With all the fears some people had, she was on point, kind of great. She delivered. She delivered. We got to try Jonathan. If Joseph Yima Bagatela man from there, sedition will not be happy, opposition will not be happy. We have to move on. The man get a piece of job to do. We'll watch him with kitty eyes. We'll follow him. We'll monitor him, and he will deliver. At the time, my people, the man was consulting. He was hustling for a LMA. At the time, the man was doing the little thing to say, yes, we got the vote. That's all. I myself was doing the same thing. Though today they didn't give me a job, but at least I tried. I was doing the same thing, man, George. I didn't get a man job. But I want to say thanks, though. But then the man said, if you get 1%, you will not go. So the first person that endorsed this man, like we all know, that was the Lanu Party. Clarence Moluba endorsed the man. Now, the man telling Clarence Moluba, said, my man, don't you have endorsed me? You will not go. Because what Clarence Moluba ranked? Where is it? Where is rank here? Right there. The man gets 0.29%. The man will not run again. Lanu cannot be in the election. No, look at the last one. Councilor Gu. The man just said if you got below 1.5%, you will not run. This is Lanu.
That's what the saying goes, Stanton. Be careful what you ask for.
No, but you see it though. The man get look, Paul Kennedy, they got to cancel them all. They endorsed the man. Good thing that they did. They celebrated the man. Good thing that they celebrated the man. As you can see, Lanu put out a whole statement and said, this man are one of us. We accepted him. Boom. On the contrary, the man is coming for me. 5,208 votes. Lanu cannot be in the election again. He's a helping vote. That's what I'm saying that, but folks, look at the result. 0.29%. Emmanuel George, he cannot. According to the law, according to the Constitution, according to the amendment policy, he cannot be in the election again. So nobody should be talking about Clarence Moluba. He can just be a helping verb. He just have to join other political party. He cannot run as a presidential candidate. Who else cannot run as a presidential candidate? They call the name Benu. Benu cannot run. Benu got 0.33. They call the name who? Luther Yufi. Luther Yufi will not run. He got below 1.5. Who got? Jeremiah Wapo. The other people, he should never run again because he'll be wasting people's time. They gain 0.50%. Who you got? Joshua Turner, the bishop, or whosoever. He cannot run. These are the people cannot come back. Listen, I'm happy because they will eliminate some of the hustlers. I'm not talking about Clarence Moluba. He's not a hustler. That's my friend. But so they got that. They look at Sarah Bessoyanti. She got 0.20. She will serve as foreign minister, but she cannot run on that party. That AAL party. She cannot run on it. She belongs at the track. Listen, Liberian people got to know this. Robert Franz Morris, he cannot run. Alexander N. Cody, he say he coming about RNC, he cannot run. The man celebrating that they robbing. The reverend that say here the woman is married, but they're traveling and you can test your woman. That the reverend. Alexander Cody, he cannot run. Alexander Cody and the woman, they are traveling, the brother and sister. Travel all over the world, but you can't test your woman.
They can sleep in the same room?
They can sleep in the same room in the same hotel. But he cannot run. He cannot. Let's look at David GB Camo, 0.28. He cannot run. Hey, my friend Sheikh, I see why Sheikh crying. Sheikh cannot run again. 0.2, the ambassador Sheikh Koite. He cannot run. 0.28. Let's see if Mr. Cummings can run. Before I go to Mr. Cummings, though, they say 0.0. But for me, before I go to Mr. Cummings, it's 0.15. You got it. There you go. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, you ready? Ba, 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 ba. You got it.
One mistake.
When Cummings, no. Don't tell me about CPP. I want Cummings. Y'all ready for Mr. Cummings? Let's see Mr. Cummings' actual number as per the national election result. Will he be allowed to run? Will you be allowed to run?
And they say party, they say Kennedy.
Remember way back. No, don't change the law house, man. You can twist it, man. They say party, they say Kennedy. They say party. So either all party or Kennedy. Let's go to it. Let's see Mr. Cummings. Bah! Mr. Cummings. Well, Mr. Cummings saved by the bell. 1.61.
Now, point one caliber.
Mr. Cummings saved by the bell. 0.161. 1.61. Mr. Cummings saved by the bell. Whether he run on CPPO, he run ANC, he run as Alexander Comey, he run as Alexander Benedict Comey, he run as Alexander Benedict Comey Jr., he will be saved by the bell because he got 1.61%. Who else will not run? Teron Gonglo cannot run. The LPP cannot run. Teron Gonglo cannot run. He below the threshold. As you can see.
I thought they said below 1%.
My man, look at the law back. Let's look at what the law says. Let's look at what the law says.
Man got 1.44 right there.
My man, anything there? Let's look at what the law says. I knew y'all were going to ask questions to get me harder.
2%.
I want to hear from you guys, right? I'm going to put what the law says. This should be very interesting, right? Mr. Alexander Cummings was saved by the bell. I see why Alexander Cummings fighting the people there and say you got to go persecute that FOIA project. Because now he can speak. He was saved by the bell. So what is in the law here? Okay, there we go. Yes, the law. I believe this is it, right? Yeah, it's it. Bam. Oh, the things are not clear. Can you guys see where it say 1.5? It's not clear, right? Can you guys see it?
The law says 2%.
No, I just want to see. My man. If you get it, send it to me back. You get it, send it to me.
Stanton, a lot of people.
But put it up now. Let's see. I'm trying to zoom in. My brother Patrick, let me zoom in. They may want to lecture us because Alexander Cummings saved by the bell. Now he won't lecture us. I think they were targeting.
The law says 2%. You should not have less than 2%.
Oh, so the law says less than 2%, right?
Less than 2%. But we want to educate, we want to read the law tonight so that people who are having problems can understand this.
Yeah,
First of all, it's not about a party.
My brother Wade. I try to squeeze you in small, but you're not damage yourself.
But the law is written. The law is written, and we are not damaged. We are not damaged. We need to read the law. The law has five.
That's way now. And we come in there. I was hiding the law small to save you, but you're not.
So is it party or individual?
I don't need to be saved. The law is there, and we all have to respect the law.
Color gray. Wait, let's pull it up. I was refusing to pull the law up because I want to save myself. The data that Damien said, you knew that was coming there. So now they put the law. The data said, wait, let me do the correction.
This is the law. Let me read it.
No, don't read it. No, don't read it. I'm putting it up.
Okay, go ahead, put it up. Yeah, put it up, please. Put it up.
Yeah, we trust your reading. Wait. Yeah, you know, and I see the issue here.
The judge don't argue away to the ballot paper.
No, I'm not arguing away. You are reading along me. You read along with me. What most of us fail to read is.
So, if this law that is written, right? Mm-hmm. If this the law they were talking about, let's read it. It said 2%. The total of all valid vote cast for the candidates nominated by the party is less than 2% of the total of all valid vote cast for all candidates in the Constitution, in which the party contested. The commission shall suspend the party or party's right to nominate candidates for the next 2 elections for the same office. Dr. George, explain this. 2%. But before you do that, let's go on the record. Mr. Cummings down fall below 2% Conograde, 1.61. Tewon Gonglo fall below 2%, which is CPP, LPP, LRP, all right, NPC, Fremont Simmer, right? You get the DNA. I don't know who party will be DNA. Can you imagine they get DNA as a party? But so talk to me now. Save Mr. Cummings. Save Mr. Cummings.
Let's speak to that law. First of all, the law is not based on individual. That part is based on political parties first. But let me speak to it even in the CPP context. A of this law says that none of the party candidates is elected. In the 2023 elections, Thomas Gashu II, Nathaniel M. Bywit Sr., Anthony Williams, Yatu Ruku Barry, Yan G. Flomo, and Musa Hassan Belete, 6 members of the CPP was elected in the last election. But come down to C, come down to that reading, come down to 2. 2 says, paragraph 5A, no, all the way down to 2. You read, it's still 1, but it's all the way down. 2 says, paragraph 5A does not apply to a political party that at the time of the election had a member continuing to hold office as president or member of the legislature. So we had Senator Jonathan Bolger still holding office, and he's still a member of the legislature. So if we want to use that argument, but ANC,
so hold on 1 minute now. Hold on 1 minute. Help us understand what the 2A argument again.
2 says, paragraph 5A1 says, paragraph 5A1 does not apply to a political party that at the time of the election had a member continuing to hold office as president or as a member of the legislature. So at that time of this election, Senator Yombly Conga Lawrence, Senator Darius Dillon were senators on the CPP ticket. So even if you want to talk about the CPP as a party is still qualified to participate because of these rules that is.
But I think it's talking about an independent candidate here. You try to twist it this way.
No. It's just paragraph
but hold on
5A1.
But hold on, paragraph 5A. Hold on now. I beg you, Chief. So you get chapter 5A. Under chapter 5A, you get 5A1 section.
Yeah, section
5A1. And under the section 5A1, you get A, B. Then you go to 2. Then under 2, you get A, B. Then you go to 2, paragraph 5A, bracket open, 1 close. Exactly what you are reading. But I think it's so complicated. Let me come to Kev Hassan. Now, the lawyer will come in. I want to go to him, but Kev is so quiet. I think the bottom line is, to be fair to the Liberian people tonight, it's so simple. If you fall under the threshold, which is 2%, Conograde, 2%, the chances of you running again on the same party name, it will be a problem for you. What is blessing Mr. Cummings and ANC folks? Mr. Cummings will be running on an ANC, not on a CPP. If Mr. Cummings comes back to run on a CPP, I think he will be having an issue. So all these guys then now got to change party name. You cannot run under your same party once you fall below the 2%. It means that all these parties fell below the 2%. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a lot of them, by the way. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You got 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and more. I couldn't just put all of them. So you got over 20 political parties that would not be running under the party name. Kevin, let's say you before we go to Councilor Bouya, we'll be closing on this one.
You know, Stanton, the only thing Mr. Cummings and can do, and the ANC or CPP can do, is to go to the Supreme Court so they can strike that law. But if that law stays the way it is, they're talking about who ran on the ticket, if you read it, right? And the doctor is reading is people who elected or not elected. It's different, right? Yeah, look, somebody needs to mute. Feedback's coming. Can somebody mute? Can people mute themselves?
Everybody is muted. I think they're coming from your radio.
Turn your TV off, Kev.
No, I don't have TV. It's not coming from me. Okay, now somebody mute. So the only thing I think they should do, right, Mr. Cummings and others should do, is to go to the Supreme Court. But if this law stands, I don't think Mr. Cummings will qualify to run. Not so much of the party. If you read between the lines, they also talking about the individual that you cast votes for. Read it. Who they cast the vote for is there. So I think they should go. I think Mr. Cummings and them to go to the Supreme Court and see where the Supreme Court to strike this law down. But this law will affect Mr. Cummings and the rest of them. They're not talking. It's not so much of the political party, but the individual, really, who they cast.
Thank you very much, Kev. You know what? Let's go to one major issue today concerning the code of conduct. We're going to leave this whole party thing. They were arguing at the business. You guys make some good points here. I disagree, but I will agree with Kev. I think it should be very clear and be interpreted by the Supreme Court, because I mean you have over 20 political parties that will be in trouble. I like the fact that they should be in trouble, by the way, because I think they are wasting the Liberian people time, and most of them are hustlers. They can't look for a job and build a political party. Lafayette Good, I want to come to you on the one. I want to come to you on the code of conduct, because we're so totally pressed against time. I know we are not on the radio, we are on social media, because we got to get off the radio at certain time, 7:30 Eastern Time USA and at 11:30 in Liberia. So we will be closing, and we are on social media. Councillor Good, you've been following the conversation between how you called him, Amara Kone. By the way, Amara Kone is coming one-on-one with the CEO, Spoon Talk, on Sunday. We'll be having a wonderful conversation, he and I want to encourage all of you to follow. But what I bring you on, Councillor Good, is the code of conduct. The argument between Amara Kone and Josiah Jokai, the CSA boss. Let's hear you. Who's right? Who's wrong? Now, Amara Kone have invited Josiah Jokai to come and face in the Kimber and the senators, that he can give reason why they shouldn't hold him in contempt. Is he breaking the law? Did he break the law? My brother, Councillor Good, let's hear you.
Thank you, Stanton. I think the code of conduct is in twofold: the original and the amended version. The original of 2014 and the amended version of 2022. If you go to the original version, I don't know what you have it there, you put on the screen, section 5.1. Section 5.1 of the original version says, summarily, that
why you want to go to the original? You get amended the most recent.
No, because the amended.
No, but a lot of men will make a story. He coming from the back to the front.
The amended only dealt with a particular section of the law. It didn't deal with 5.1. The amendment dealt with 5.2, the one that I posted in the chat room. It dealt with 5.2. That is the one that have all of the signatures, the chief clerk signature and everything. That is the original. It only deals with the amendment of 5.2. It didn't deal with 5.1. And 5.1 is the basis. That's why I said if you can put up 2014 a version, original version that has 5.1, so we can read it to the public, it will be better. I don't have it now. I have only the amended version. But that version says political appointees should not get involved into political.
I say that 5.1 to your personal stuff.
In summary.
No, it's in the chat room. We'll put it up. Allow the councillor to finish. Thank you.
Yeah, so it says in summary, political appointees should not get involved into political activities. Then there's the 5.3 5.2 that dealt with the issue of, the amendment that dealt with the issue of 5.2, which says that persons in the category of 5.1. Let me just read. You can put it up, Stanton, because I put it up there. So I don't want to read something else that you always say. Can you put it
Go
up?
ahead, Councilor. I'm uploading it, please.
Okay, yeah. So they said the following shall apply to any person in the category stated in 5.1 of the Code of Conduct of 2014 who desires to canvass for elected public office. So anyone in 5.2, they said that you should resign 2 years in the original. In this one, it says you should resign within 1 year, within 1 year. So it reduces from 2 years to 1 year before the elections that you want to participate in. Then it also went further to make the violation of it, to make your compliance, because remember now the Supreme Court rule and talk about substantial compliance at one point in time. So the amendment says there will be no substantial compliance, will be full compliance. So in order for you not to run away with the issue, the Supreme Court says substantial compliance, the legislature then came back now to set it clearly in the law that compliance should be full. So section 5.1 was not amended. And the fact that section 5.1 was not amended or affected on this amended version, it means section 5.1 still stands. And what section 5.1 says on the 2014 law is that no presidential appointee, whatever position you hold, when you presidential appointee, you should not get involved in the political activities and other things. I cannot say, I'm just summarizing it. So that being the case, the question now is whether the rally or the gathering that the CSA boss went to is a political activity. And we all know it's a political activity because it's meant to give support to the president. So is he in violation of the law with respect to section 5.1? Then when you read the law and compare the position that he's in and compare the gathering, then you see clearly where the violation is. Mind you, before the passage of this 2022 law, we have worked along, because I work along with Senator Dillon. It was Senator Dillon that pushed this. And my portion of the amendment that I forwarded to Senator Dillon, I will forward to you later on, Senator. I was saying that it's unfair to have a person who has supported a political party and brought it to elections, brought it to power, and then you say the person will disassociate from the party altogether. So my own suggestion to Senator Dillon then was that their activities, their involvement into political activities should not be during work hours. But that was not captured in the final amendment. If you read some of the drafts on social media or even on Google or so, you will see that portion there about work hours. But it was not finalized. So the final version, which had all of the signatures, as you can see, the chief clerk signature, other stuff here, is a version that dealt with only section 5.2 and the other section that deals with the compliance portion. I think it's section 9 or so. So far, that's the law. And comparing, like I said, comparing the position that Dr. Jokai is in, comparing the gathering that he attended, comparing the law as passed in 2014 section 5.1, and looking at the amendment that did not touch section 5.1 to change the language therein, it means that you can see that there was a violation on his part. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Again, listen, I want to say, listen, you have to come. Let's make this the first topic. Jacob Jada, what say you here? And I think I'm right now, being a senator, saying maybe enough is enough, Jacob. that it's time to stop playing these games. We follow the case of Emma Glasgow, we follow the case of folks in CDC, and now, but what we are hearing, not only from Josiah Jokai, but you remember the Amos Swear, the Mo Ali, the party chairman, they are not justifying reason why they can do the same thing that they charge opposition folks on. Jacob, let's hear you.
Yes, this code of conduct law is a law in the book, but it's a law that seems unenforceable in many aspects, because we had the Unity Party office program, which was a political activity, and we saw all the government officials were all there. You know, and then of course we see Josiah Jokai also at the event there, which was clearly a political event. But for me, the problem is that you see, Jokai then he went on, for example, to dismiss other Liberians from the civil service, City Hall, and other places because of the same kind of action. You know, and then he comes back and then carry on the same action he dismissed public or civil servants for, and then comes and argues that he is a political appointee and therefore he is not covered under the law. And I think Councillor Gu has shown here that he is captured under the law. He is covered under the law. He should be abandoned by the code of conduct as laid out in the law. So that is the problem we have now. We as a country have to now make a decision as to whether this law works or it doesn't work, because we see members of the Unity Party flagrantly violating the law, you know, remorselessly. So that is the problem we're having now. Now, I think Fubi will make an argument, but I saw someone on the internet today about which entity carries the power to enforce the regulations or the guidelines in the code of conduct, and we heard about the ombudsman. And then also the argument about whether the legislature or Senator Conan can lead an action to enforce or to hold Jokai accountable for quote-unquote violation of the code of conduct. But that's another argument. I would like to hear the lawyer position on that sort of argument made by Fubi, but that would be my general take on the issue at this point.
Senator, let me just provide one information quick for just 2 seconds. Besides the Civil Service Standing Order, Section 5.8 of this Code of Conduct, the 2014 Code of Conduct, generalizes the issue of employees. And there were civil servants are captured, all officials and employees of government. It went on to don't get involved in the political campaign, political management, political activities. So if you read Section 5.8, also civil servants are fully covered under that section in the Code of Conduct. So besides the Civil Service Standing Order, they also covered under Section 5.8. And so that's why you see sometimes some people will say, I'm not involved in the political campaigning, but they forget to know that they are presidential appointees who are already qualified under Section 5.1. And there are other people who may be officials or whatever the case that may not be presidential appointee or whatever, they have been appointed by boards and other stuff. They are official of government, and so they are covered under Section 5.8 along with other civil servants. I just want to give that information. Thank you.
I mean, thank you very much. Let's see who else going to go. You want to comment for me? Because we're closing the show. Just let me make this part of the closing too, please.
Yeah, okay. So quickly, 2 seconds on the election stuff. I don't think NEC has the right to disqualify people for less than 2%, but that can be challenged at the Supreme Court because it also violates it's inconsistent with some articles of the Constitution. So NEC cannot disqualify you because you got 2%. Because the first thing it tells you that to establish a political party, you need 500% in at least 6 counties. So that means at least 6 counties are 3,000 persons. So if 3,000 persons in your party, 3,000 persons can vote for you. So NEC cannot disqualify you because you get less than 2%. But on the issue of the code of conduct, Senator Amara Kone and Director General Josiah Jokai's argument and back and forth, I don't think the code of conduct also gave Amara Kone or the senator the right to come up with punitive measure against people that violate the code of conduct. Because the very code of conduct also affects the very legislators. And nobody can punish them beside themselves. So they also are violators of the very code. And that's why my argument have always been, take that into the Supreme Court and throw it away. Because you cannot be telling somebody that because you're presidential appointee, you can't participate in political parties' activities. You work at the will and pleasure of the president. If the president says, let's go to this function, we tell the president, say, I'm not following you, because Code of Conduct says so, the president can dismiss you the next second for refusing to honor his request to join a political party's activities. So the whole Code of Conduct is not in the interest of the country, it's biased, because the senator that are even raising the issue, they are the main violators of the very Code of Conduct. And they want to serve as policemen for other people. So the ombudsman that the Code of Conduct gave that authority to manage and hold people accountable, Amara Kone cannot be playing ombudsman role. The senators cannot be playing ombudsman role. They don't have that power. So it's an abuse of power that they want to show by even inviting jokers to come for a hearing, because nobody gave Amara Kone that authority. You can express yourself, criticize what you want to criticize, or to say, come here and answer why you wore party t-shirt or why you want a political event. Amara Kone does not have that authority. So he needs to understand his limits, and he needs to take that very Code of Conduct and read it well and know that there are certain things that you off limit. So the Code of Conduct is clear on who has the authority to strike these things and raise the issue. Then the Supreme Court is the final arbiter to say, look, we'll uphold this or we'll not uphold this. It's not the senator. So the senator, they have that limit, and it's supposed to know that limit. And I think Amara Kone is crossing the line with that. And presidential appointees, they work at the will and pleasure of the president, not the will and pleasure of the Senate. And there's not any gross violation of any major thing that are affecting the country. The major went to a rally on Sunday. Nothing wrong with that. He's not working off hours. He said the man not wear party t-shirt. What sense does that make? But you got your representative wearing t-shirt. They all celebrating, but they're okay. You know. So for me, we need to strike that law. I don't think that law should be in place right now, because it's not.
Okay. Thank you.
Fubi, don't spoil the thing. Fubi, is that a thing correct now? You want
listen, we gotta go. So I hope you can come back. We can dig into it, because
the law is stripped down.
Where say you about this Code of Conduct? And again, ladies and gentlemen, Amara Kone, the senator, will be on the Spoon Talk 101 with the CEO. That we will have some serious conversation on Sunday. I'd like to bring you in, my brother, Connor Ed, very great.
Stanton, one of the things that is wrong with this whole situation with Josiah Jokai is the fact that he expelled or he kicked people out of the civil service for violating a rule. Look, if I were to give an instruction to my son that lying is wrong and I'll punish you for it, and I punish him for lying, my son has the right to come back to me if I lie and say, Daddy, you lie. And I'm subjected to similar punishment. People want to sugarcoat the thing. Oh, he's a presidential appointee, he's a tenured person. The law clearly states, 5.1, it says appointee, and it qualifies the individuals that fall within that law. Clearly, the civil service director is part of it. I remember there was an argument that came up about James Thompson, who used to be his predecessor at the ministry, I mean at the civil service agency. But I will always say if I had seen James Thompson dressed in party regalia, CDC party regalia, he was going to be, I was going to be the first to chastise him, because you know what? He's a good friend of mine. So clearly this guy violated his own ordinance, and he did not even provide due process to the other people. Maybe society would have had some mercy on him if you had just put them together and give them progressive discipline. Hey, next time don't do this, this and this, you're going to lose your pay for this. And well, he kicked them out of the workforce. So that is the blueprint he has created for himself. That's the precedent. And now he went and violated the same rule. Now people are trying to do it all kinds of ways. We're not going to perfect our system if we continue to make this kinds of situation because it doesn't affect us or because we're affected, so we change the rule in the middle of the game. You can't be doing that. If we want to have a perfect democracy, we must sustain and uphold some of the laws that we have. That's the only way people will have fear for breaking the rule. On the issue of WIDA, if somebody can look, I listened to WIDA today. He was eloquent on the issues. Somebody who is clearly experienced. That's what I'm looking for. If you were to tell me this guy is not qualified for the job, then maybe I'll argue with you. But regarding his affiliation politically, it's like you tell me you must go to heaven and go look for somebody who has no affiliation in politics in our country. I mean, you know that I don't belong to a political party, but if I'm appointed now, they'll say, oh, you support this person. I mean, nobody is free and clear. All I'm looking for, I listened to his plan he laid down today. You know what, this confirmation hearing, I want to hear what you would do differently. And he had it adequately. I mean, the guy was edgy on all aspects of the question that were thrown to him, and you see what he will clearly do. That's my kind of guy. You're not going to go big election for anybody. Look, if you don't work hard, you lost the election, just pack your bundle and go come back. But if you work hard, probably you gain the dividend. You might gain the result. And that's what 2029 election will be. Don't start giving people 27 president, this and that. You're not no president. You have to win before you can become president.
Thank you very much, Conor Everett Gray. Thank you very much. We'll take the last man standing, our brother Tamba Aguilar.
Thank you, Stanton. It's always a pleasure to be on here to contribute towards what is happening in Liberia. I'm just going to conclude quickly on WIDA's confirmation today. I think he was eloquent, and I like the fact that when Senator Dillon asked a question about applying the law, he was consistent in saying that he's going to apply the law. And this is what happens for Liberia. If we apply the law consistently and we hold ourselves accountable, what it's going to do is it's going to narrow the playing field, and it's going to open opportunities for people who are sitting on the sidelines who say, look, let's get involved, let's move this country forward. And don't overlook yourselves. There will be a lot of candidates who will no longer be presidential candidates. Liberia is looking for leadership. Let me come now finally tonight on the code of conduct. Jokai, as a professional, as a director of the CSA, is expected to hold himself in high standards as a professional. Dr. George knows that. When you are in a certain profession, you are here at a higher standard than everyone else. He may argue that a code of conduct doesn't apply to him because he's an appointee of the president. He may argue that it was on a Sunday, so he had to go and associate and support NIMBO, which is all good. I don't think we should take away anyone's right to associate. And that's on the one side. So Jokai should know better. But then on the other flip side, on Senator Amara Conner's oversight, look, I have a lot of respect for Amara Conner as a senator. But here's what I would say. Sometimes it feels that there's some level of hypocrisy when it comes to the legislature. And I'm gonna highlight this tonight. How can we have a code of conduct that only applies to the executives, but doesn't apply to the legislature? And the law in itself is defective.
But that's not a discussion.
Right?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. You guys can confuse the whole talking point. That's not a discussion. Half the time to talk about the legislature and their code of conduct. We are not talking about the appointee of the president and his code of conduct.
Absolutely.
I mean, you can twist the whole thing and just feel that you're scoring political point because you want to just be partially defending the other side. That's
sometimes it's calling them out. Sometimes it's calling them out, Stanton.
Yeah, I mean,
It's calling them out.
I hope you went in low far after Mr. Samukai.
Yes, I would definitely. My time is coming, Stanton. I'm not in a rush, and someday I may be even on the ballot for president. I'm not ruling out anything. I'm not kidding, Stanton. I'm not kidding. But let me just say this: we need to have a society where
you got a FOIA man. They taking our land. They building 10 million project. We bring another FOIA man again. Then what they would do to other people?
Everything happens in God's time, Stanton. Everything happens in God's time. But look. Let our legislature make sure that they are also operating within our laws. Laws shouldn't be selective. In fact, Dr. Martin Luther King, in his famous letter from Birmingham in 1963, said that it is incumbent upon us, as citizens, to disobey unjust laws. And in this case, look, we have work to do. But laws that are unjust, we should do away with them. We should have equity. We should have equality. If the laws apply to the executive, it should apply to the legislature. The legislature are not above our laws. So it's been a pleasure. And Dr. Councilor Gugu, it's a pleasure to see you back on the show, my man.
Thank you. Let me bring in Emmanuel George. Emmanuel George and Kevin.
Stand on. Don't let them go with it here. With Martin Luther King story here. Martin Luther King, when he wrote all that thing, the black people have power in America. They didn't have right to even challenge, start doing all that kind of thing. Now you can't disobey it. All you do, you go to the Supreme Court and challenge it. That's what you do. So what
that's the angle I would come from before Emmanuel and Kev speak, right? At the end of the day, brother, sometimes we just talk. Joseph Yima Boakai, the president of the Republic of Liberia, if he feels within himself that the lawmakers are getting in the way, he should be the one to do a checkpoint. Find his members in the legislature, tell them to write a bill to amend some of these things. You cannot be sitting from the executive and complaining that the law is only on you, but they are not on the lawmakers, the legislature. So what Joseph Boakai doing in the executive? You got lawmakers from Unity Party, they're there. The whole legislature answered to Joseph Boakai. If you want the law amended, they will change it. So don't lecture us and say what America is doing, but the guy is saying you should break the that's Sandro Dasso job, but the man bad. That's why you want to CMC. He said they ain't paying him. Emmanuel George, don't put me in Dasso City. Emmanuel, we're not hearing you.
Are we concluding or we just speaking to
Yes, we're concluding, my man. Finish, we gotta go.
Good. Thank you, Stanton. Let me conclude on the topic we're speaking to. I think the Honorable Director General of the Civil Servant Agency violated the code of conduct and the CSA law rules that he is heading, and I definitely believe that he should speak to that issue. Now, Stanton, let me conclude by helping our audience understand this electoral law and perhaps speaking to Keith and his candidates conversation he had. 5A1B states clearly, the total of all valid votes cast for the candidates, there's an S there, Keith, big S at the end, nominated by the party is less than 2%. It is not only the political leader. So the candidates nominated by the party is less than 2% of all the total valid vote cast for all the candidates in the constituency in which the party contested. So I'm not a lawyer, but I'm just trying to go around the grammar of this conversation. And I agree with you that those who believe there is in error should go to the Supreme Court for interpretation. But I think the law is very clear. So if you want to, even though there is no CPP and Mr. Cummings will not be running a CPP ticket, but the CPP has won 6 electoral seats in the last elections. The CPP had candidates that will stay in the House of Representatives and in the Senate at the time of this election, and it is read in 2 that talks about paragraph 5A1, that everything is written in 5A1 does not apply to political party that at the time of the election had a member continuing to hold office as president or as a member of the legislature. Thank you all for this conversation we have had. You all have a wonderful evening. Look forward to a conversation tomorrow.
So that doesn't mean you won't go law school today.
Let Kev speak now, Kev.
What's your time for? What was that time saying other than what they're doing?
But look, let me tell you something. Because good, not because of Stanton, right? This nonsense party then, right? The small picking party then, they shouldn't be wasting our time. They wanted to hustle and be a helping bird. I'm just saying to you, if Mr. Cummings was saved by the bell, right? I know Mr. Cummings will run. Because he got something. He's not running
out by the belt. By the belt. That by participation of the
Mr. Cummings was saved by having a legislature.
That was the fact that ANC as a political party did not feel a candidate in the
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
What's our time for?
Yeah, but I won't go when I go. You can't go to the law.
Stanton, the law is clear. I'm not going to go. I think the Supreme Court should interpret that. And the Supreme Court, they say less than 2%. So let the Supreme Court interpret that. But when I hear people saying about the code of conduct, you should give the Josiah Joker a chance that he's right, then I wonder, what would these same people say to Emma Glasgow? On the same platform, folks argue on the contrary that Emma Glasgow should leave. You see, and when I keep reminding people of the dark days, these are the signs and symptoms I'm talking about. To speak on the both sides of people's mouth, they will come, we suit them and say, Emma Glasgow gotta go. You gotta go. Now Josiah Joker should stay. Any country who run on that biasness because I'm in power is a recipe for disaster. No country survives that kind of things. And that's why if you love your country, you should stand up. I agree with Conor Gray. He showed love for country. I think everybody should say, Josiah Joker, you're wrong, because they took action. They took action for that. A winner for an LTA. A winner for LTA was fired by this president because of that same act. If you think Josiah Joker is right, then look in the eyes of the president and say you're wrong. But if you can't say that, I will not say the word I want to say because I just want to be calm. But you have to, it's just like they're repeating the days that brought us to 89, 90. The same thing. They're repeating that same thing. I'm in power. I can do it, but you cannot do it. I'm from Lofa. You're not from Lofa. I will not. I will have that power. I'm from Lofa. I will take over the Unity Party and change the name to Nimo. I will change the Unity Party. Me and the person would take Kola and have that bond and say, you the choosing one, because you and I, despite the president himself called him a thief. I said, no, you're noble.
Thank you very much, guys. We paused that conversation. I want to speak to all of you, man. It's been a great show. My brother Kafiko, thank you. I want to say it's been a great show. Come back again tomorrow. Let's have fun. Let's discuss the issue. Yes, indeed, a lot of topic. When we get to the LTMR topic, my people, when they got them taking us for a ride. I hope we can get to it tomorrow. But you have a good night, man. Dr. George, thank you very much. Kafiko, take care. Chief Fubi, Kona Aaron, great time back. You have a wonderful evening. So whenever you are joining us, we want to say thank you for your time. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for being part of the family. Till we meet again tomorrow, may God bless you. May God keep you. May God save our state. And may God save this United States, because through America, we have been blessed as well. We want to say thank you very much and have a wonderful evening. To all of our good people, we hope you enjoy the show. We hope you'll come back again tomorrow and be part of the family. Again, happy graduation day for our own sister, our friend. Today, she's celebrating her graduation, and they call her the only Nimande DPSN. Happy graduation day to Nimande. And we know that they are boarding. I heard that they were cooking and everything was in Zico. We wish you well. All right. Have a good night. Bye-bye for now.